Yeah, but just look forward in the dangers of e-personality. If he's an introvert, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. That's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And have different implications of the process with the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates.
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over. And I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Week in Review with Doooovid. Apologies for changing the time around. That was my mix-up. Finally back to the right time. Doooovid will be joining us, the main segment of the show, at sundown, Detroit time. So that'll be in about half an hour. Really looking forward to talking to him again. I don't know about you, Gandalf, but I missed him.
Yeah, last week's show was interesting, but there's something about maintaining the cadence and rhythm of this show that's a lot more difficult without him around, at least for me.
Well, it sort of begs the analogy of the recipe, doesn't it? It's like I tried making cookies, but I forgot to include the, what have you.
Yeah, and using baking and pastry is a good analogy because if you use the wrong amount of sugar, salt, flour, baking soda, whatever, I mean your recipe can be an absolute disaster. Fortunately, other than maybe a 15-20 minute kind of digression, last week's stream was pretty successful as far as I'm concerned.
Happy Easter to you too, Rag Gnuth owns Hogwood. I appreciate the cheer. I'm sort of feeling the vibe. Because I think I was telling you, Gandalf, I was like thinking we should do minimum solstice. At least acknowledge it, Not saying run around naked in a forest, but like incorporate it into the ritualism.
Oh yeah, we need to. I want our holidays. I want to mark the seasons. That's really important. I mean, I've always thought, Florida looks like it's one of the few states that has its head on
Let's
straight.
not talk about American politics, please.
No, that
we
was
need
not
to
what
just be global citizens here, and the world doesn't revolve around America.
Well, no, that's not what I was going to say. What I was mentioning was that that climate in Florida, where there's just like in California, these other places, there's no seasons. Just I visited those places. People are nice, things are fine, but to have it be just sunny all that time, that's just depressive. I like lots of seasonality. Like I love it when it's bitter cold and snows on the ground for 6, 8, 10 weeks at a time. And I prefer summer to be, at least for a short period in July and August, the dog days to be very fucking hot. And of course fall, which is my favorite season. I guess it's my melancholic, depressive side. I like all that. I never understood all those people that, at least Europeans, that move to all those kind of warm climates and just are in total love with it. I wonder where that actually comes from.
So back to the week in review. Yeah, like just to review last week's show, I kind of feel like it had some good topics, but then it was like missing the element of Doooovid, which is kind of like the wheat on the pizza. So there was a lot of really good toppings, but there's no wheat in the pizza. So it's like something's missing. So yeah, I mean, like I get it. He doesn't want to do the small talk, and it's I take a completely different approach because for me, I'm just always waiting to get somebody's attention because I know that just because you're talking to someone doesn't mean they're actually listening, or like it's not just about them listening. It's also like, is there any actual communication happening? So Doovid sort of, those little sheepdogs? Or sort of just like keeps it within a certain circle. And I think that's kind of good because like that's what people are looking for. Like I don't know that people are just looking to basically listen in on somebody else's conversation, which is what last stream turned into. Maybe they are. I don't really know. Like I'm sort of still doing research myself. Like one thing I know is that people love the drama, at least in the short term. Long term, like I don't really know because I just like I don't want to be around that type of energy.
Well, I think one reason I've streamed a hell of a lot less is I'm just tired of all of it, especially in the post-Orange Man world. It just seems like
again coming back to Americans. So why don't you actually comment on what I actually said, though?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I think just I don't know, the zeitgeist for drama just seems to have passed, and
But that's not actually what I was saying, though.
Might
I suggest you don't even know what the flying fuck I was talking about, which is why we need Doovid on the show, right? Because he's way more savage than me in calling out that not listening. Maybe I don't agree with every last little thing, but like still, there's certain stability. Again, you got to learn how to rein yourself in. You're not like I don't want to be the fucking headmistress, kindergarten teacher, constantly having to rein your ass in.
You don't want to be Dumbledore?
Who is Dumbledore?
That's a good question. Hey guys, what's going on?
What's up, memes?
Not too much, man. Not too much. Just spent a lot of time on Discord discussing things, perhaps breaking the internet in the future. We'll see what may or may not grow of it. But
I
yeah,
know you're so excited about, and I was so happy that you were so excited. I just really like to share in that. I guess it's an exploration. Like I get the kind of vibe you're like. I don't do Discord, but I'm aware of the culture of Discord.
it's a
It
complete
lends
dumpster
it
from
lends
there.
itself to cave scheming, doesn't it? Because it's sort of like the interface looks like a cave. It's like, oh, we're in a cave. Yeah, let's scheme.
Well, that's the perfect thing. It's like, oh my God, we have records of everything. We can do this and that. Okay, if you want to do that, you can totally write any type of just about any narrative you want. All I know is I
It
have
sounds like that, but that's actually not a fact. That would be interesting if that were true. Is thankfully not a fact. Narratives aren't salient unless they have a particular ingredient ratio.
right. And again, thank you for correcting me, Jen. But it's again, is that all situations? But in many situations, you can kind of go in certain directions. All I know is
You have a range, okay? You're fixed in what paints you can use, but you can paint anything on that canvas, right?
it's true.
That's the correct way to understand the difference between reality and narrative, I think. That the reality is just the paint and the narrative is the painting, and everybody's not looking at tubes of paint. People don't go
Right.
to museums to look at tubes of paint, do they?
Well, some people do. Some people like
Okay.
looking at different colors.
But
It's okay. It's okay, Jen. We
You get the
accept
point,
you for
right?
liking to look at the paint. That's the thing. No, but the reason why I bring this up is because I happen to be a member of the three, as far as I know them, unofficial Portal communities. There was the first one, and apparently somebody had a disagreement over something, so there ended up being a factoring, and then within a
Sorry, but
past
which communities? You said something communities. I missed
the
it.
portal, which basically geometric unity, which Eric Weinstein had presented on Professor Brian Keating's stream the other day, as well as, in my opinion, tragically flopped on the Joe Rogan Experience since he's on Spotify now, and he had a whole
I
lot of
know. I did. I was like, I
it
gotta
was so
sign
sad.
up. I was like,
He
I
was
gotta
so
fucking sign up for
excited.
this. I just
It's
watched
just-
the fucking Keating one twice. I was like, I'm not gonna sign up for this. I don't like Joe Rogan. I'm just gonna watch the Keating one twice and try to like infer what got said on the Joe Rogan one through the
It was
clips
hard.
on his
No.
YouTube.
Here's the thing. Eric planned this out so well. He's like, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna actually do something 1 year later. And within that year, Joe Rogan changed the platform, and the primary method of dissemination is audio rather than YouTube, which is visual.
Is that what that is?
Well, that's the thing, because Joe even said he's like the primary audience, at least as far as their numbers go, it's 30% of the audience will watch the video. But Spotify, let's face it, was built as a music platform rather than a video platform. They just happen to add podcasts, which not everybody watches a video. A lot of folks just want to hear a conversation. So unfortunately, because this was the big pitch. It's like every time you put an equation down somewhere, even Joe Rogan said when he opened up the paper, he's like, there's all these equations. So you already lost Joe Rogan at that point there. But Eric's big pitch was he's like, I actually have visual aids and stuff this time. But if 70% of the audience isn't tuning in, could they do this? Are the videos online? Yes, but you need to catch somebody off the bat and to try to explain geometry with pictures and videos where most of your audience is audio based. It was horrible. It was so painful. I'm still not even done it yet, but that's why the Professor Keating thing, I think, and again, Professor Keating's platform, 20,000 something subscribers versus Joe Rogan upwards of 10 million. It's like, I get it there. No, but I like the visual aids and stuff. That's why I'm intrigued. And from what I got, a lot of folks that even did have skepticism stuff, they're like, we're going to need more. And that's what Dr. Weinstein even said within his paper. It's like, I'm looking to collaborate with folks. I still haven't gotten a response. I'll double check my email again. So we're not supposed to build off it, but we could totally talk about it.
Yeah. I've got some notes. So I figure if you do hear back from him and he's like, go ahead, roast me, then, I'll approach it one way. Not saying I'm like dying to roast this guy or anything, but I've just got a couple questions. They're directed at him, but they're also general topics of exploration.
Right. Well, that's the big thing. He's down for constructive criticism. It's just even he said it's like dealing with certain folks, including academics and trolls on the internet. It's like it can be very hard to tell them apart, and that's his main concern. And he actually pointed out one of the individuals he said was the unnamed person. The named person was Tim. He's on one of the Discords. I've talked to him as well as the other person he's mentioning, which went by the name of Theo. I won't go further than that because that
Okay, so
individual
we got Tim and Theo.
right. They were the one
The
that
explosive,
he had
the
cited.
dynamic duo, TNT. Get it?
Oh, I see what you did there. But
I'm getting better
very
at this stuff, eh?
No. The memetics are connecting, especially depending on how things play out. So, oh dear God, we always do come full circle, don't we? But all I know is what he said, because I actually listened to their presentation. And at one point, even Lex had popped into the Discord, Lex Friedman, and he was just kind of like saying that he was going to be there. He said he probably wouldn't be under his Lex ID. He said he was there. I have no idea if he was there or not. That's none of my business. But when they went over it, I'm like, they brought up, it's like, we're not saying that this doesn't work. They're just saying, from the information we have right now, you're going to need to answer certain things. And I believe he even said on Joe Rogan, it's just, well, you know what? I did explain this. Now, whether Eric had already had that with his explanation, or he looked at that paper and he very specifically answered their question in a way that worked, I have no idea there. He says he was going to release it anyway. Okay, I'll take the man at his word. But they had brought that up. It's like he did give a very specific explanation in that first draft that he had put out there. Specifically what that was, I'm still not exactly sure. I just remember there's only one reference, which was my question, in the paper to proto-space-time. It's only referred to at the very end when he's making an analogy to Plato's cave. I liked it, but then again, I am biased. I do like Plato.
Yeah, thanks for the rundown. I really appreciate it. Gandalf, did you check any of this stuff out?
I unfortunately missed this completely, and I'm kind of upset that I missed Weinstein on Joe Rogan because I've always found Rogan grugged here, and so I just don't pay attention to it.
I mean, I check out Joe Rogan when there's somebody on that I'm kind of interested in. It's usually what I do.
How do you think the audience? Do you think the audience was interested in Weinstein, or not understanding, or what? What was their kind of general reaction among segments of the Joe Rogan Experience audience, in your view, memes?
I have no idea. I'm not done it yet. And again, does Spotify even have comments? Because normally you go into like a YouTube comment section and you're going to gauge. It's like, okay, who did we anger at this spot, or who is really psyched about something within here? So you can kind of at least get a vibe. It's just, since it wasn't on YouTube and it was such a heavily visually based explanation, because that's the thing. If you're trying to explain something that's very complicated and you start listing equations, unless you're a mathematician or a physicist, very often you're going to kind of tune out. It's like, what the heck are they talking about? But the big thing is, if you have some explanation, some visual aids, it's like, all right, rather than trying to describe this manifold, it's like, you take an apple, you throw some caramel on it. What's it do? It kind of folds over. So that's how he's kind of trying to explain. People understand that. But the thing is, he brought in all these props. He gave Joe Rogan the ruler with little slides. He's like, this is the adjustable ruler and protractor I've been talking about for this past year and a half, Joe. I'm giving this to you. He named the videos, actually bringing up Jamie, because his whole pitch was, I was on the Joe Rogan Experience. I explained it here, and you can look into it for yourself. It was disseminated on Spotify, which is, again, mostly audio-only based listeners.
Right, so you have to sort of take a step back and ask what the intention was. So what I can infer from what he's saying is he's trying to find a groundwork, mathematical or otherwise, for the simultaneous instantiation of the as of yet disparate interpretations of modern field theory.
He pitched it as a theory of everything.
Right, so that's a fact. The question is, how has he gone about achieving this TOE, which I would argue is to attempt to reconcile all these now disparate constructs. Like, for example, Hilbert space. That's a construct, right? That's not to sound cliche, but it is a social construct, right? So he's trying to not just that one, but unify all of them under another banner, I guess, or under the banner of a more fundamental theory would be how I would describe it.
I am not a
And I would
physicist.
I would
am not a
say that
math-
I admire that intention, but at the same time, to make that kind of argument, you'd need to go through all the to legitimately make that argument, you'd need to sort of go through all the axioms of all these disparate theories, and first and foremost, verify they don't contradict each other. Because if they contradict each other, or have the potential to contradict each other, you're sort of dead on arrival. Because at that point, you have you have a logical inconsistency in your thought process, which means that you have no way of distinguishing between a false and a true answer. Because the point of having good axioms is that you need a way to tell the difference between true statement and a false statement, right? If your logical framework can't distinguish, because it is itself self-contradictory, right? Like if two contradictory things are true at the same time, that opens the floodgates for anything to be true. I don't know that that's self-evident necessarily, because I think it's very appealing to want to kind of have it both ways. But if you wanted to present it that way, you'd have to say, well, here's why the axioms don't contradict each other. Here's how I'm going to reconcile the axioms. And here's how these other axioms that seem disparate, i.e. not the same axioms, i.e. these different math approaches, different constructs or whatever, weren't actually different, but when viewed through this new lens, we're actually two variants of the same thing, and here's how I can prove it's the same thing, and this is my argument. So that might yield a UFM. But that doesn't give you the UFM, because the UFM is the thing that does that with with Occam's razor at the same time.
What's a UFM?
Make that argument.
What's a UFM?
Unified field model. It's the same thing as a TOE.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same as a TOE, basically.
Now, isn't his whole gist? Now, did you say something about his state of mind for doing this? Because I slightly missed this. Because I
didn't word it like that. I'm wording it like, what was his personal motivation?
Okay.
Because the modality and the motivation are bedfellows. So if you can see it from his vantage point, it makes it a lot easier to see why he did what he did.
Well, that was the thing. This is, I think, really the first time that he just concretely said, I believe this is a theory of everything. Like, it didn't seem like really that hand wavy. It's like he was attempting to pitch this out there. In my opinion, he was attempting to do it in Joe Rogan. He could get that kick. He could have that clip come out. He'd get people start looking into this and everything. And at least, as he said, would it excite people? Yes. Would he achieve personal, social cred and fame and notoriety from it? Yes. Now, the question is, how do you weigh that? Which was the primary thing? I don't know. It's in another person's head nor heart. So I can't say that. But I mean, if I'm going to
transcend his reality, there's no expectation on you to transcend his reality. What you want is an approximation to his reality that is specific enough to give predictions, but general enough to not possibly be wrong. And I think that from what I've seen, he is trying to unify extant models. He's not trying to derive a novel model.
Oh, I've been listening to a couple hours of Juan Maldaceno's explanation of ADCFT or whatever it is, and he's just kind of going through there, and I'm looking at this. I'm like, the way he kind of draws out the model, I'm like, okay, that kind of looks like the two things with the scarcity Diable graph or whatever it was there. I'm like, okay, he just has it from a left to right sequence there. Eric had it the up down there. I'm looking at this. All right, he has basically like a torus or something, or maybe just even a circle in its 2D form there, and he basically has a dot that's basically going through it there. And I'm like, okay, that sounds very simple. That sounds very similar in some aspects. And then there's something about like Abdi Salam or something, a model there, which he basically, it sounds like he kind of links to. And the fact that I guess Frank Wilczek at one point said, it is very interesting to see this apparent symmetry in some way, yet there isn't a workable model. So it sounds like Eric kind of did a fusion of this and that. I have no, maybe he's had this model for a while. Maybe other people built off him. I don't know. But it appears that you have these two different models that he kind of puts together because he's like, how do we explain that gravity is different than a lot of these other things we're observing? All right, you have this model. Basically, you have these additional dimensions of like somewhat apparently symmetrical space-time forces that are acting upon us. At one point, you get down to a singularity, but you throw us in a torus with basically a little sphere moving along the inside, and as it's rotating with it, my confusion comes from, is the torus going around the outside of that graph, or is it a flat 2D torus within the inside? So it would appear to continue to grow ad infinitum at some point, as well as you're going to have that velocity as you're kind of going through the torus there, which might explain a lot. And again, I'm not a physicist or anything. That's
well, you got to stop looking at it like that. Like, are any of us physicists?
I thought you were.
Well, I mean, who's the physicist, right? I mean, it's the person who understands physics, right? And it's definitely, there's a door open to argue that maybe nobody does understand.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, who is the physicist that knows this? And don't people attribute either Einstein or somebody else saying it's like, well, nobody actually really understands quantum mechanics. It's like,
yeah, you're backed up against a wall, and you realize that they don't know why they believe anything.
It's a scary place to be.
Well, it's because they think that critical theory is the same as strategic logic. So they believe their beliefs are underpinned by logic when actually it's horseshit and propaganda and political expediency. And so when they're faced with the proof of that, they become stunned and then revert to an animalistic fervor.
I thought critical theory was kind of like critical thinking, except
rather than I'm sorry, okay. I meant to say critical thinking.
Right on.
I.e.,
well, you can critically think and still get the wrong answer.
Complete sophistry. Critical thinking is nothing but sophistry.
I don't know. I mean,
all it is strategically being critical of certain things and strategically being accepting of other things on a completely arbitrary basis.
Well, I mean, everybody has biases. I mean, you should just try to account for them best you can. And I mean, I'd say you could probably come up with some form of a weighted model. I mean, although it would be imperfect and stuff, but you can.
But I mean, you don't know if you don't know if it's imperfect or not. You can't assert things off the hop necessarily, and it's never wise to assert a negative because you're saying like, well, that's not something, and it's like, well, are you sure? Because you'd have to know what it actually is to know what it's not, don't you?
Well, I mean, that's why you try to account for that, and that's why it's like, all right, hashtag not all. You can never model the extraordinary.
Again, that's another.
I stole that from Professor Peterson. No, you're right. You're right. I just totally wanted to say it because it's a.
I basically tell people don't trust people who make negative assertions. Be extremely suspicious of people who make positive assertions with no basis, no attempt to rationalize it, no attempt to offer a reason. Don't trust those people either.
I thought only Sith deal in absolute.
Blah, blah, blah. Everything about them is just blah, blah, blah. It's just, what can I say to sound cool?
Nobody would ever virtue signal by saying mean things about somebody that other people don't like on the internet. I mean, that would just be like...
Yeah, that'd be unprecedented.
Well, they'll get a lot of clicks.
You know, I had a question about Weinstein's presentation of his model and your whole thing with the torus there. Is it possible to maybe gather that Weinstein did some sort of what for him was kind of some sort of beautiful paint by numbers attempt at a theory of everything, and that he's in love with just the way it looks, and for him that that kind of aesthetic that he likes is making him think that he's discovered something that's true?
From what I understand about the Salam, and again, I'm probably butchering the name, my apologies there, that model was a proposed theory of everything, but it would require something else. And from what it sounded like with Juan Maldaceni's thing, because he even went right in there. He's like, okay, we have these matrices and everything. And as he's just going through the lecture, I'm just like, all right, I listened to the Professor Keating thing maybe about a time and a half, and I'm like, it really sounds like and again, maybe he just did this all on his own, but it seems like maybe these things have been around, maybe they were more recently discovered, but the way it's being explained, he kind of took two things that, at least my observation, I saw, kind of linked them together. And from what I can tell from the folks that actually had done the paper that were critiquing what he had out there from his Oxford lecture, as well as I think what he had said before on Joe Rogan, was that he was essentially, he needs to explain what's known as, I believe, the Shiv operator, or is the Shiv operator, or one of those mathematical things, because I think that's what he's attempting to do with the torus there.
That's
because
the
with
thing when you go to jail, you want to get your hands on, right?
I know, this is actually a mathematical thing that I believe
I'm
is
just
supposed
teasing.
to measure
I'm just teasing.
the inside, everything except the boundary itself of either that torus, or at least in the Wolfram models, from those future light cones and stuff. I
Well,
believe that's
why
the
are
one.
those things going to fail by definition? Because
I have no idea if they're going to fail.
the instantiation of boundaries is not arbitrary, is it?
I think that's the beautiful thing, because if he puts it on the Diable graph or whatever it is, wherever it's going, it could be stretching out and be like,
I can arbitrage the boundary. No, you can't. You can't arbitrage the boundary. The boundary is set. You can acknowledge it or not, but it's not changing.
Are you
Gravity's
questioning
not quantized,
his
mass is
chimeric bundle?
quantized.
Because I think
Period.
that was the one thing I think I took away, was he says a particular chimeric bundle. I don't think he ever exactly explained what that is. Maybe it's in one of those matrices, but when I hear chimeric, it's like, that sounds to me, it's like this thing made up of these other things. What are those other things? Maybe he explains it in there. Again, I didn't.
Okay, I've got a quote. I've got a quote that I wrote down that sort of related. It's fermions that don't require their bundles to be dependent on the existence of a metric at all times. And he asserted that this was a requirement for quantum gravity.
Now, well, the thing is, there at one point I do remember him saying, "Well, if there's free energy, that it's just kind of like." See, for me, that actually does give me a bit of hope. And again, this is probably just because it's confirming my biases. Because just in my head, and again, I'm not a physicist or anything, but I just, in my mind, I picture there's a transformation state.
Dude,
like
you're not the one who decides if you're a physicist. It's other people. So you should stop saying I'm not a physicist. You should just say nothing. Because it's other people that decide if you're a physicist.
Yeah, well, then again, I'm not acting as a professional in this case, and it's also something that Eric said. So I'm totally.
Maybe he has bad habits that shouldn't be copied.
Critique noted. But the way he's just kind of pitching it, that seems like, all right, we have an operator here, and he even did say this. He's like, this is not complete. We do need to figure more things out. What I can appreciate is there were a lot of folks that when he was on Professor Keating, there were at least 30 plus people in a channel that a lot of those folks have a lot of critiques of Eric as well. It was basically silence for about 30, 35 minutes. And it was just, it was a wonderful thing. So they were listening, they were parsing, and even a couple days later.
If you go shitpost the second somebody comes out for the first time to unveil their theory, nobody would have that bad a judgment unless they didn't care about their opinion. In which case we can ignore their opinion.
I think that's usually just because they don't.
I mean, that's how scientists are. Scientists can be total fucking assholes, but they'll be quiet and they'll give you the time and hear you out if they're legit. Just like that link you sent me where the guy, I was laughing my ass off because I guess the only evidence of the theories are these YouTube videos. So he like went through and wrote a transcript of that shit.
The lecture.
I was fucking dying, man. I'm like, can you just see this egghead just sitting in a lab, at like 11:30 at night, just like, fuck you. And he's like pushing the back button on YouTube for like 20 minutes, trying to figure out what was said so that he can cite it.
No. They were actually trying to dissect it and see if there's actually any substance. Basically, you had a math individual and basically a field theorist as well, basically attempting to take, what do we actually have here? What do we know? Based upon what we know with the current models, would this work? And I don't remember any time them saying it can totally not work. It just doesn't work with what we're going on right here. And within the paper, some of those things were addressed. They still do have questions, but there is excitement. So in a way, Eric did achieve what he was looking to do. He did excite some people. Now, I believe he was hoping to have a much greater impact just globally around the thing, maybe having like a Joe Rogan. It's like this guy that's like works for like Peter Thiel and stuff like that may have discovered a theory of everything. I think he was looking to get on Oprah. I'm not sure if his presentation is going to earn him a spot on Oprah. Just my opinion.
Yeah, people do get excited. Buzzards tend to get excited too when there's a nearly dead body in the environment.
But Eric
I mean, have
slicked
you
his
ever
hair back and
have
everything.
you ever spoken to someone who's gone through either a master's or doctoral defense?
People that have earned their PhDs, I think so.
So you've actually been like, yeah, so what was that like? It's
Oh.
if the answer is no, it's fine. But I myself have asked this several times of people who've done this. So I was curious if you had as well.
I think some of those folks on the Discord that may have been reviewing it at least have a PhD.
But they didn't tell you about what that process of actually defending their thesis was like.
I think somebody may have said anecdotally then the other day, but not in any length of detail.
Okay. Because that's sort of the vibe that I got was like you go to do your defense and it's the Shark Tank thing. Because everybody else went through the ringer when they did it. So they've got all this like pent up aggression that they can't wait to take out on the new guy, you know, much like the bitch, the office bitch. You understand?
No.
The office bitch, the newly hired person who gets to get olive oil for people, etc.
But
Get me a
that's not very nice. I mean, some
but
people don't necessarily play well with others.
You understand that it's an archetype. It's a thing that, regardless of whether it's nice or mean, it's a thing that happens.
Are you talking about Mimi from the Drew Carey show?
But perhaps that would be an anecdotal instantiation of this larger trend, which is why I called it an archetype of just hazing more generally.
Right. No, I mean that's not cool when you do stuff like that.
Well, of course it's. I mean, your own personal opinion is irrelevant on these matters. I mean, there's a lot of evidence that shows that the more horrible, the more punitive a initiation rite is, the more
likely someone's going to hold someone else to that same bar.
So it's a non-trivial psychological information in that fact.
Well, doesn't make it right.
You are not here to make a moral judgment at this time. It is imprudent to do that. The point right now is what's going on. You know, this is Keating. I actually said that. Like I kind of like the way he thinks sometimes.
He hides his power level. It's very.
That's what I like. I really respect someone who is holding back rather than just.
It lures people to a false sense of security, because when he was on with Garrett Lisi a couple of months ago on Dr. Keating's podcast, at one point Professor Keating's like, "Eric, we know you're a self-made man and you're in love with your creator." It was a beautiful thing. They just continued on with the conversation.
Well, isn't there a bit of power in a certain kind of modesty, i.e., maybe hiding your power level?
Oh, one doesn't opt to their final form right off the bat. I mean, that's just a given.
It comes back to the theme of time preference. The more you can hold back, the better.
So the longer you go through the game and stuff like that, you're very unassuming and everything. It's like, oh, look, there's just this little character there where, oh my God. It's good to be surprised.
Yeah, it's not me that's fucked up, Lambie. It's your society. And it's extremely sad because when it gets to the point where people don't even understand the root of why they're suffering, it's just like, okay, maybe I sometimes have to dress up like a clown because it's like I'm dealing with a scared animal backed into a corner that feels threatened. So maybe if I put on the clown mask, Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But no, I mean,
I don't know, I mean, that's what Professor Peterson said. He's like, well, sometimes you could have the fool, because the fool has the ability to actually make fun of the king. Like, oh, because he's the fool. Nobody cares about the fool. But at least from the fool, maybe at some point you could genesis into the hero.
You lost me.
I
think you've been
apologize for my
watching too
cultural
many
appreciation.
cartoons.
It was totally a One Punch Man reference. I was trying to say hero, like they said, and I apologize for my cultural.
You know what? I realized I haven't even sent Doovid the link. I feel terrible for that, and he's in the chat now.
We
I'm sorry,
didn't be
Doovid.
inclusive now. No, it's past sundown. He can join.
I know, it's great. He's going to be back on the show.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
To impose some, much needed order on the clown show. See, because to me, I'm not afraid of the clown pill because I'm a very advanced scholar. But yeah, eventually I want to go back to the seriousness stuff. But the thing about stuff and reality and causality is that from experience, you must know by now. It's like there's certain things about it that are mildly awkward, funny, goofy.
Life is freaking hilarious.
Exactly. Well, you see the periodic table, and then you see that in conjunction with all the other weird shit, and some people coming around and just doing shit where you're just like, damn, you have no self-awareness, do you?
I mean, is the model not playing out like you would kind of think? I'm not saying it's an optimal model, but it's a model.
I need you, Doovid, to make the show not suck. Welcome back, Doovid. All right. Thank you so much for joining us. And we hope you had a wonderful Passover. Welcome back to the show. Doovid, we'll hand it over to you without further ado.
I appreciate that, Jennifer. Good to see you, memes, and Gandalf. Jennifer doing that Just Too Good to Be True. True American classic. Andy Williams and Frankie Valli into still popular today. So good to see Jennifer using this skill that I'm talking about, the skill of melody. So Passover was last week, Sunday and Monday, so we didn't stream Week in Review, but I encouraged Jennifer to go ahead without me. So hopefully that went well. And meme stepping up, good for you. Gandalf around as usual. Encourage these characters to increase their streaming, join the community. So good to be back.
Yeah, I should mention memes. You did me a solid there, but I really appreciate not only the openness and respect you've shown, not just towards myself, but towards several other people in the community, and also for co-hosting. Really great stuff. Just real quick, someone asked if I was celebrating Easter. Yes, painted those eggs earlier. Back over to you, Doovid.
Yeah, so I didn't really go anywhere for the holiday. I just stayed in my house. I went to the kosher supermarket a few times and got like matzah and everything. But I was very careful in the ritual. I chanted all the Hebrew, and I ate a lot of matzah and thought about identity, because it's probably besides for last year, COVID-19, the first time I observed the holidays in solitude. So usually chanting the prayers is a communal thing, and all these rituals are generally done within a community, so that there's virtue signaling, other types of signaling, versus when you just do the ritual kind of for God. And I also started refreshing my Hebrew, so I thought Jennifer, just to keep this intellectual, I've been reading this book. I'll put in the chat. This The Loom of Language, written before the advent of linguistics, which was just a generic strategy for trying to learn multiple languages, like the Teutonic language, the Germanic languages, and recognizing the similar words and structures, and then the Latin Romance languages, which make up the bulk of European languages, and then the Greek remnants and have these word lists that have the different languages right next to each other and how similar the words are, and also the grammar, how the grammar works, very similar in various Teutonic languages and Romance languages. But maybe going a deeper dive onto flexing these intellectual muscles by trying to learn and speak more languages. I think we've been talking a lot of physics, memes being like a shill for Eric Weinstein. I mean, that's like phenomenal that such a thing exists. I mean, I have to deal with all these Trump shills constantly. And I was like, I mean, I understand the psychology of being a Trump shill, but it's like pretty annoying. But to actually have like an Eric Weinstein shill is pretty cool.
Oh, getting called out, memes. Getting called out.
Shill. I mean, that sounds like a very strong word. Is it necessarily untrue? No, not at all. The thing is, it's exciting because it's something different. And again, could it just be a whole lot of mathematical fancy hand? Maybe it is. Even Dr. Weinstein does say that maybe it is. But as Professor Keating did say, Weinstein is Einstein with a W. But essentially, he took two separate per operators, the models, basically the torus with the sphere on the inside, kind of going around. Then you project it down into a 2D model. Then you throw it on the Diablo graph, however it works there. And it's like, all right, you've accounted for so many parameters. It seems like you were discussing things that I heard Juan Maldacena say a couple of years ago that I was just listening to videos, as well as apparently the Abdi Salam, or again, I'm butchering that. But that particular model was a proposed theory of grand unification. And it kind of sounds like it's a fusion of two of those models just kind of built on top of each other. It's like I start from the geometric area rather than trying to quantize gravity that people have been having all these issues with. He's like, all right, let me just try to geometrize the quantum. So I think that was his goal. Has he achieved it? Well, we're going to have to see.
Yeah, I flipped through that paper and may have to look at it more. There's actually quite a bit of mathematics and symbolic notation involved, and how much he's came off, if he's what is actually new, what are the point, is he just explaining axioms that already exist, or is he just a different permutation of axioms that already exist, or did he actually introduce any new axioms to the conclusions and a full analysis of is he actually proposing a solution to anything, or is it kind of all just a bunch of panache and hot air basically? So it's yet to be seen. Even like Joe Rogan to say it's funny. I used to watch Joe Rogan occasionally when there were interesting guests, but now that he went on Spotify, I just don't watch it at all. But even think that would be
it killed Eric's rollout, in my opinion, there, because he had all these props and everything, all these videos for Jamie to play and pull up there. And that's the thing. Within this past year, when Eric set that date and he was planning on actually publishing something and doing this whole campaign, about a year later, Joe Rogan moved to Spotify, which is a primarily audio-based platform. So
I mean, if you give the comparison to Gandalf to memes, and let's say Gandalf is 2 standard deviations higher IQ than memes, and so memes is a pretty smart guy, but like Gandalf is an extremely smart person. So if you estimate maybe memes is like 120 range and Gandalf is like 150 range, that's a whole 2 standard deviations, and even the communication barrier could be strong. However, I think memes is more grounded, so that actually, in terms of streaming, you're probably more solid and stable. Even with, let's say Gandalf and his, unbridled, uncontrollable genius. But at a certain level, they say that you can't really understand someone 2 standard deviations lower than you, and because of the complicated nature, also with Jennifer Church-Mentary, what she's saying, that you can't really verify whether this guy is actually telling you something true, useful, new, or not, because you don't have even Gandalf with high IQ, he doesn't have a scientific, mathematical background that is not within his realm of expertise or even capacity intellectually, like even maximum capacity possibly, to verify whether Weinstein knows what he's talking about, or not. And, puts you at the dilemma, because if you say, okay, the people that you would expect to be able to verify it are don't seem so impressed by it, and then you think there's something there, even though you recognize you don't have the capacity to actually verify whether he knows what he's talking about or not.
Yeah, it
Right.
sort of made it a little. I mean, I was caught off guard. I don't know Sabine Hassenfelder very well, but yeah, I mean, she immediately had that. It wasn't her that wrote it, but it was you that sent it to me, right, Memes?
Yeah, the
and that's her.
critique.
That's
She
her.
she
Is
published
that
it
her
on her
blog?
blog, I think.
'Cause
I believe,
there's
yeah.
like a picture of her looking like ultra smug. So is this her blog?
I from what I recall from the individuals that wrote the paper, she did give them a shout out on her blog, and basically put their paper there as well with the things. And again, it was supposed to be a respectful critique and everything there. Again, one individual, the
No,
author, was
it's an
published.
outright dismissal.
Well, they're saying he would
peppered
need
with
he would.
resentful. I mean, it's obviously peppered with resentment.
Okay, to be fair, I didn't read past page 3.
Well, I mean, even just the summary. I'm just talking about what was on Sabine Hassenfelder's blog there.
Oh, on Sabine. I see. I didn't read her blog. I just read.
Well, I mean, it's
the first
very
3 pages of the
important for
paper.
meta-analysis, God forbid.
Oh, wait. Are you saying a scientist would be mean to another scientist?
I'm saying that if we want to be able to navigate the trollverse, we need to be able to diksha,
Incorporate the
aka
important parts of the meta.
We need to. Sorry, that's the wrong word. We need to be able to pariksha, which is diagnose. Is somebody a troll or a scientist? And what I'm trying to do is elaborate what are the differences, because there are differences. And
Aren't there also troll scientists?
Oh, of
Like,
course.
someone the other day told me that Heisenberg was always trolling Einstein.
Venn diagram, dude. I mean, it's very rare that you don't get at least mini overlaps in things. So yeah, there's troll scientists, but they're not the majority by a long shot. Like, who was one? The guy who did
or was it Bohr? Oh, Steve Jobs.
There you go. And yeah, there were some earlier ones too. But anyway, I'll put it back to Doovid. He still hasn't really got enough of the spotlight yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't need any spotlight. Not even necessarily finish the week in review, but just the bigger framing of the issue. I mentioned historically, in England, you had your magicians and your masons, and so in the lodge, the person is a mason, and among the common people in the countryside, the person's a magician. And in the lodge, the masons share secrets with each other, and it's basically science. Outside of the lodge, they don't explain to the people in the countryside how they do things. They don't explain to them the science and the equation. So the people in the countryside think that they're magicians and can just do magic stuff. That's fine, because they're probably not going to understand it any better than that anyways. And at least within the Masonic framework, it's supposed to work that way, that the average person is not meant to understand these things. So there's a mythical feel around the people that understand, so to say, science at a higher level to accomplish something. But at the same time, someone, like Arthur Benjamin, the math magician. So if Eric Weinstein is a math magician and he knows math, much better than almost everybody, and could do kind of tricks like a math magician, and could solve little puzzles and explain simple things, and then he tells you he has this great theory, you say, like, nah, I mean, you're just a math magician. Like, no one thinks that you're actually truthfully advancing a new theory. And like, that's why he's on Joe Rogan. He's trying to profit from it. He's trying to make money off of this. And he's in essence, basically just a math magician, he's not really that caliber to be producing what he's saying. And it's kind of like Trump, where it's like, he's not really that rich. But because he's branded himself, it makes him look better to portray himself as being much richer than he is. So Eric Weinstein, he's a very good mathematician. He could he could be a public math teacher and even math magician, but like, no, he's not really advancing theories and solutions to the the world's most difficult scientific problems. He just portrays himself like he is because he's trying to make money off of that image. And so, like, if memes is shilling for him, it's kind of like, it's like um, kind of like a Ponzi scheme of selling things, where you're saying like that he's going to be like a salesman selling Weinstein products and trying to pump the brand, and that's fine, because that's what media and streaming is somewhat about. That, like, you're not going to be like get a streaming personality just like pushing ideas. You push personalities, and then you try to profit from personalities. And a lot of times you build up your personality by lying, by exaggerating how important you are. So that's you could be hopeful and believe in that. Even for Jennifer, that's what, like, if a scientific theory should be promoted and accepted in the academy, you could give it to the public, but then are you really just performing tricks to show that you're smarter than everybody, but you're really that you're a fraud. You haven't actually solved what you claim to have solved.
Now,
I have a certain goal, so maybe you could argue I'm not going about that goal in a good way, but I've always placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on being well understood, like to the point of sort of stubbornly staying at one step until I'm convinced that I'm understood, if not agreed with. So it's just, different strokes. So in a way, I kind of feel like I'm after the same thing as Weinstein is, and Wolfram.
But didn't he share it at basically the academy? He initially shared it at Oxford, and he just released the video to the public last year.
I'm not saying we took the same tack in our approach. We would have read the situations differently and inferred different things from the evidence.
Right. But my big thing is, did he not do something interesting? Because a lot of folks are talking about they do have a certain level of engagement. Does it necessarily work as it is? Doesn't appear to.
Is it bringing anybody else a greater level of understanding? Is it improving anybody's life in a tangible way?
Well, if you compare Wolfram, who actually is improving computation and the ability to solve problems, even if his claims about the understanding of the ultimate reality of nature, epistemology, ontology, any of these subjects, let's say, are completely off basis, he's still producing software and algorithms that could compute answers to problems that people want solved. And Eric Weinstein is not necessarily doing that. And so Eric Weinstein is more like a salesman, and he's a salesman, even like Jennifer, she's gonna be like physics girl, math girl or something. She's a cheerleader for science. So if you say Eric Weinstein is he's generally a benevolent character. He's a cheerleader and teacher of math and science. And so if he makes claims about his level of understanding and mastery, or even solutions to complicated problems or theories, how big of a deal is his hubris? And does that mean that his general explanations and understandings of the basic concepts of math and physics are off just because he has unfounded hubris? And relatively, like, what physicist or mathematician doesn't have unfounded hubris? So that's relatively just how the game works. And you're saying, like,
I've listened to him. I wouldn't say that Weinstein is above average in hubris for a scientist. I'll give him that. He doesn't come across as super arrogant.
He's the math PhD with the most followers on Twitter.
Yeah, it could be relatively. He has much less hubris than the mathematicians, and that's why he's popular among the masses. But then you're saying relatively, how good is his math to the ones in the academy, or so say, okay, and then if he's claiming to the masses that he has solutions to things that the academy is rejecting or not accepting, even though it's obviously true, someone in the masses who doesn't have access to really judge the validity of it, to say relatively, it's good to be skeptical. It's good to be skeptical of the academy. It's good to be skeptical of Weinstein. And then you have to just look at it, if you're a fan of Weinstein because he's your math teacher, versus your fan. You're going to turn Weinstein into some like proto-messianic figure that solved such deep fundamental problems and concepts with how nature works, that it's going to turn into some sort of like proto-messianic movement of the redemption of the world.
Well, I mean, he just released a paper on April Fool's Day.
Or really he's going to be like, he's proved the Noahide laws. That the next step of Weinstein theory is that the natural conclusion of his theory is that the Noahide laws are scientifically true.
I mean, I just remember seeing a lot of things on like the Wolfram thing a couple of weeks ago. They were talking about a similar thing that at least a number of the folks that had critiqued him in that paper said that he needs to explain. I believe it's like the Sheeb operator. I believe Jonathan Gorod, who is the math PhD from Cambridge, is working on the Wolfram Physics Project. That was one of the points of contention several weeks ago. And the biggest difference I can see from the Wolfram model and Dr. Weinstein's model is basically you just look at it. It's like the Wolfram model. It is based upon the observer within the universe. Geometric unity is based upon an observer viewing from the observerse.
Well, I mean, I was mentioning the linguistics earlier, just as a positive thing for someone to use their mind. As a kid, I remember being told that the smartest people are usually found in the field of physics and linguistics. And historically, before the science or advent of field of study linguistics, there were people who picked up and spoke many languages and recognized patterns that even if they didn't understand historiolinguistics or origins of language, that people recognized the commonality between Teutonic languages, and that if you picked up like German and Swiss, that in English, in various things, that they work according to a similar structure, that physics is similar. And if you're a student in the field, so I want to study physics, I really want to understand physics, or I really want to understand linguistics, and the deep issues that the people in the field are trying to answer, and so to say, the breadth of how much is known and how much is unknown. So even as an undergraduate, you might start to get a feel for the realm of what men know, and then what's beyond the limits of man's knowledge. And in physics, there's quite a bit beyond the limits of man's knowledge. And so if Eric Weinstein is he's asking the right questions, he's trying to solve, so to say, the right questions, it makes sense that that him as a physicist and a public personality, that this is the questions that's bothering him, this is the questions that people want solutions to, and that him as one of the larger personalities should provide some sort of answer, even if it's not sufficient. So definitely props to Eric for putting that out and doing the work and trying to forward it. But saying it's a critical week in review show, and Jennifer definitely has more expertise than me on the subject. Say, what is its worth, what is its value, and is it something that you're saying that we should join the Weinstein movement? That like fall behind Weinstein, like now's the best time.
As to your point, Doovid, time to join the Weinstein movement, and I agree with a lot of your analysis, especially like the Weinstein-Trump comparison. I think a lot of it's pretty solid. But why do you think it's so difficult to tell the difference, at least apparently and at the surface, between a troll and an academic scientist nowadays? Why do you suppose that's the case now? What about this zeitgeist perhaps makes that part of the reality? I'd be interested in everyone's comment on that.
Let's give a very quick answer, because the decline of empire and the lack of trust and faith in institutions like government, like academia, like the university. So like, Dr. Fauci, the vaccine, can you trust Bill Gates and the science and the best minds? And so at this point, there's low trust even in scientists among the masses. So even if Eric Weinstein, was the king of academia and had every single thing on his resume, at this point the skepticism and lack of trust in breakdown in society is probably so great that the majority are just going to reject it. Nope.
Well, that's the big thing. It's like, I know Dr. Weinstein says this
Only
is
the one
not
last point
complete.
is because it's a safety to say no when you're in a situation of doubt and there's danger. So when trust breaks down in society, it's more danger to trust. So if you're saying, I don't know, how the hell do I know if Eric Weinstein knows what he's talking about or not? And as society breaks down, it's just safer to say, be skeptical, inside to know.
Isn't it just
should-
always better to be skeptical? Like, I'm not saying don't go along with stuff like social rituals. There's a value to that, but I think there's value in maintaining a long-term state of skepticism, especially when you feel the evidence is insufficient to make the claim. I just don't think there's any way to meaningfully bridge that gap of doubt.
But it's like
Fear
skepticism in
discrimination.
institutions to a larger level to say that I don't even
That's
trust
true as
that-
well. I mean, the skepticism is higher. I meant it in a more general way. Like, is it ever good to not be skeptical?
I mean, the government. I mean, saying you should always be skeptical, but we're saying that the government, the elites tell you something, and you're saying like it's probably not true. Just the fact that the elites are telling you, and so in high trust level, just like in America driving, you put huge amounts of trust in your life that people are basically going to follow the rules, and like operating vehicles and equipment and guns and all the technology. That if trust breaks down, you might even see it in traffic and crime, insecurity, but also like institutions where is it really worth getting a college degree, and government levels of corruption would increase, or just the government failing to do the basic duties the government's supposed to do.
But is it possible, if is it possible for an elite to remain an elite if the confidence in their authority, whether it be political or scientific or what have you, if the confidence in their authority and the trust in society as a whole keeps declining? I mean, for the average person, is it really healthy to have to operate with just that level of skepticism about everything? I mean,
But just put this one axiom, one sentence. You could only have elites when you have stable institutions. Hence, when institutions are no longer stable, you could no longer stabilize, support elites, period.
Well, wouldn't it be in their interest to kind of get things on more stable grounds? Maybe you got to change things around a little bit. Maybe some of our standard model, we look at it, it's like, all right, well, could we use this geometric unity as a base workable model, or just kind of hitch things on, make some observations, and see what happens? If it don't work, it don't work. Maybe we got to rig-a-jigger it a little bit.
Well, the reason you have trust in elites is because elites are at the head of institutions, and the institutions are stable. So you're like when you go into the bank or city hall, because it's stable and the person at the head of it you accept as an elite. And so if there is nothing stable, then you can't really recognize elites, or elites have to actually rise to the head of a stable institute to prove that they're an elite. And if that's impossible due to larger structural, Peter Sturgeon, I read his books. I think Gandalf may have read some of his books also, largely lays out this hypothesis for the rise and fall of civilizations, economic cycles, where there just becomes a glut of the elites, and it's unsupportable, and it causes the institutions to decay. And just say on the larger scale of human history, that's the rise and fall of nations. Just the Passover holiday, do a chant, but saying we left Egypt and we were freed from slavery, but you're remembering when Egypt was the dominant power in the world, and from a Judaic biblical understanding that there's rise and fall of nations, Egypt to Syria, Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, possibly Spain, Italy, Germany, England, America, and that's just, it happens. Nations rise and fall. There is no way to stabilize power. You can't be the best forever, and so institutions rise and fall, and it's a good thing because because times change and institutions become less functional and they need to be replaced, and that's why that's just the natural cycle. I mean, I assume that's you're pretty universal, just way of looking at it.
Well, I mean, entropy is eternal.
You know, in your analysis of just the authority of these institutions, you know, what kind of institutions tend to, well, I should say this. Is it better for institutions, let's use a dying tree and the forest fire analogy. Is it best for, you know, the entire forest to get burned down and new trees to arise again? Or is it better to selectively, you know, log the forest and hope that secondary regrowth is a proper way of forest management, i.e. analogous to institutional management and restructure?
I take a burning bush.
Fire versus selective logging. What's the best way to handle institutions that are in decay?
Well, you may not really be anything you could do about it. And, you know, you have to set axioms of what you're going to call good and bad and what becomes valuable. So if you say, or short-term, long-term planning, and generally short-term, it's almost always better to try to maintain or revive the institution because it's the general pattern of entropy and cognitive dissonance in general that the trend is your friend, and the most likely thing for a person to do is continue in the path. So if you know what direction do you think the stock market's going to go, it's more likely to continue going in whatever direction it's going than to reverse trends, even though it may not be significantly more likely. But in all cases, the trend's going to be your friend, and that's just the nature of entropy in short-term versus long-term decision.
That's inertia, not entropy. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I wasn't defining the inertia. I was saying the general.
But the trend is your friend. That's the principle of inertia, is that things tend to go in the same direction they've been going in. That's not entropy. Sorry, not to be like, you know.
It's familiar.
Yeah, I wasn't defining the entropy.
Because entropy does operate on the system too. It's just what you're describing.
I meant in the general cognitive dissonance process that you have the direction you're moving, which is your strategy, how you're going about things, or the institution, how the institution was designed, its rules, and so it's like the trend is your friend. It's just going to keep on going until it doesn't work anymore. And so when it stops working, you could try to fix it, or you could just let it crumble. When you crumble, you're going to have to go to the lesser state energy where you're going to find stability, which is an alternative institution. Usually you don't fall to just completely nothing. So as institution starts to decline, other possibilities might open up, like corruption, black market, China, alternative markets, Bitcoin, various things that obviously people of means have already been diversifying the assets to these various other fields of stability. When there's an ultimate collapse, and then you just have to seek shelter in the closest point of stability. So I mean, there's going to be various physics and mathematical concepts. If you want to put it in the blanket school of entropy, but obviously like inertia and these various factors. But it's saying that this process of institutions rising and falling basically mirrors the internal psychology of cognitive dissonance.
Chaos is a ladder.
Yeah, I would say like there's an inertia, and then when the inertia hits up against a different inertia, it's like two powerful things running into each other. There could be shearing. And then when things break upon impact, the state of the result is of higher entropy than the original state. That's how entropy predicts how things move forward. When there's an interaction, the entropy of the products is greater than the entropy of the reactants. But I would say that the fact of there being conflict in the first place appears to come from inertia. Because you're saying, well, that the trend is your friend. That's another way of saying inertia is an operating principle.
Well, it could be that entropy is operating in opposition to inertia. I mean, the entropy's basically
Yeah, you're right. In some sense, you're right. They don't operate identically, so you can't say they're the perfect mirror image, but they do act in an opposite direction a lot of the time. So good point.
I mean, you could. I was saying because they act in opposition to each other, you could define both ends of what's going on by entropy.
I always have in the back of my head, I'm just like, all right, if there are all these other dimensions applying all these different forces upon us and everything, I'm like, all right,
No, that's not how it works, though. That's not how it works. The dimensions are not separable from the forces in that sense. You can't have a bird's eye view of reality. That is an illusion, Michael.
Well, that's the Obsiverse.
Why do you suppose people? I think Doovid's point, the trend is your friend, inertia, and mislabeling that entropy. I think that's very tempting to do. Why do you suppose people? And I think this is common, or more common than not. I would venture to guess. Why do you suppose people mix up and or conflate entropy and inertia?
Because we don't have
I
a
don't think I
separate
was mixing them up.
definition.
I mean, saying in the greater phenomenon, they're both omnipresent. So when I was describing entropy, the trend is your friend. So the most likely thing is that the person or whatever is going to do is going to continue moving in the same direction. However, entropy is saying that no, entropy, energy dissipates, and you can't keep on going up. You can't keep on moving in the same direction. So even though at any given moment, the most likely thing is for the thing to keep on moving in the same direction, continuing its path, that you know that the path eventually will diminish, the institution will fall, or whatever the case is because of the larger entropy.
As far as I understand it, entropy is more along lines of the computation of the universe itself, whereas an inertia is basically a force that may cause additional entropy as well. So it's almost like
inertia is the tendency for conservation of qualities.
Yeah, I mean, inertia is there could be other drives to the trend.
For example, like a moment of, you know what a moment of inertia is? That's an important concept in engineering. A moment of inertia has to do with the angular momentum of an irregularly shaped entity. So it's basically saying, how much resistance does this thing have to me starting to spin it? That's what inertia is.
Yeah, I mean, the trend is your friend is more than just inertia. I'm saying that the inertia is not the only factor that causes the trend to be your friend.
No, you can argue that the trend will be in the direction of maximum entropy. Infer what that state is relative to your current state and front run the transition. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think in this case, because what you're alluding to is inertia, i.e. conservation of momentum, because you got to understand that the same property that makes it hard to spin,
I mean, the trend is your friend comes from economics
also
and
hard to
stocks,
slow it
not
down.
physics.
Well,
I mean, the trend is your friend is a concept from
everything has to do with logic. Everything has to do with logic.
Yeah, I was saying that. I mean, but the trend is your friend, and has nothing to do with the physics law of inertia. It comes from.
Yeah, well, how do you know? I just
because I was a day trader, saying like I picked the trend as your friend
from
when I used to day trade and work in the stock market.
Do you have to know that it's a principle of physics in order to use it? Of course not. They were
it's not a principle of physics. It's a principle of mathematics that so inertia is related to the physical realm and physics, as opposed to the trend is your friend does not require a physical realm. It's a purely mathematical, graphical, representative concept that used by day traders, by stock traders, to express a concept. So that there's a similar concept in the physical realm of inertia. Like of course is relevant. However, the trend is your friend is basically a larger concept than just inertia.
I thought that's what they were saying about like the whole Oumuamua thing, because it's like we have
but inertia encompasses trend is your friend. Trend is your friend is an example of inertia. Inertia goes far beyond just trend is your friend. I rearranged the thing. I don't know what you're displaying memes, but I rearranged it.
It really has nothing to do with inertia.
It's like it's a barbecue now. What am I looking at?
That was an artist renditioning of what they believe Oumuamua actually looks like. rather
just
than
just to
space
finish
curve.
this argument, it really the same direction it's moving. And you're saying Jennifer is saying that that's the law of inertia. That's in
I'm saying
in
that's an example
physics.
of the
Physics.
law
That's
of
Newton's.
That's an example of that's
Well,
just
not
one
inertia.
example of
That's
that law.
Newton's. That's Newton's first law or second law of
Which
motion.
one?
That an object in motion continues moving unless another force acts upon it.
But that's the principle of inertia, isn't it? So the stock keeps going up until it doesn't.
Well, it's Newton's first law. If you're going to say you're going to look at Newton's first law and define it,
I think his second law is the principle of inertia. You could check though.
All I'm saying is that thing in that artist renditioning, again, is it correct? No idea. Kind of looks like the Millennium Falcon to me.
Saying something like the stock market, the price is more an esoteric. It may or may not have a representation in the physical realm. So you're saying, what direction is the stock going to go? And you're basing on mathematics. It has obviously a connection to the material realm because it's a piece of ownership in a company, but it's in essence a non-material concept, as where inertia in the movement of objects is a purely material concept.
Well, what about this? Let's use a metaphor for the trend as your friend. And if I'm thinking of Newton, I'm always thinking of arrows, bullets, and billiard balls being pushed in a certain direction. So if I fired an arrow straight into the sky, if we're going to make that a metaphor for the trend as your friend, why doesn't an arrow just go straight up forever? I mean, there's obviously an answer to it. It's called gravity being that other force. I mean, you have to measure all the vectors of forces that go on at each instantaneous time in the flight of an arrow or a bullet or a billiard ball or whatever along a given.
Yeah, but just to prove the point that the trend is your friend, from the moment you fire it till the instantaneous point where it stops going up to start going back down, at every single moment along that trajectory, you would have been correct to assume the trend is your friend, and the most likely thing is for it to continue in the direction it's going. So from the moment you fired it, except for the moment where it stopped at the highest point to go down, and you would have been right at every moment to say, I think it's going to keep on going in the direction it's going, and only at that one instantaneous moment at the very top would you have been wrong if you thought that it was going to keep on going in the direction it was going, in this case up. So that's the basis of the trend is your friend, because like 99 point, the majority of the time, it's, if you say what's it going to do, I think it's going to keep on going the way it's going. So only that one instantaneous point at the top are you wrong in that manner.
Things often follow models.
Yeah, but you don't want to be you don't want to be at that point where the projectile or the arrow or the bullet or whatever starts turning around going the other way and being caught in that instantaneous moment. I mean, so there's always a point where the trend isn't your friend, and you need to be able to develop models to know when the trend, trends reverse. And, so I think it's very dangerous to rely on the trend.
Now you see, just by explaining why the term comes from stock trading, that the trend is your friend is a term that that I purely lifted from the stock trading, and you could apply it to physics and natural law, which Doovid generally says that economics in theory is a derivative of natural law, and so to some extent, if there is some economic concept of prices in the movement of prices, that the trend is your friend, that would be derivative of some sort of natural law.
In what way is economics derivative of natural law?
The economics is factually describing fundamental processes of how the material realm operates. So he's saying, what could you do about this? Absolutely nothing. You are completely limited to the laws of economics, just like if you're an engineer, you're completely limited to the laws of physics, that you can't do something outside of the laws of the boundary of science as an engineer. So he's saying, as a politician, the laws of economics are facts. So if you try to do something, supply and demand, no matter what you do, you're going to be bounded by the laws of economics because they're an extension of natural law.
So what
Is
you're
the law-
saying is
There
no.
is no imaginary dictator, that all leaders and power structures are bound by the laws of economics.
So GameStop was working as intended.
And that's that it's bounded, that whatever happened had to have been within the bounds of economic law. And saying like,
Correct.
yeah, I mean, just supply and demand is very easy to explain how GameStop, that within natural law and supply and demand, and the number of shorts and various things, that it's not that complicated.
And how oil hit negative $40 a barrel.
Yeah, because all of the
Storage, yeah.
and that if you had it, you had to pay to give it back because you had to build more storage, and it was actually, that's how much it cost to store the oil, that it actually was a loss. So if you had to take delivery, so when you buy a commodity and when it expires, you actually have to take delivery on it. So if you're just trading, like, the trend is your friend, because I'm buying it and I'm going to sell it. I know eventually it's going to stop going up, but I'm just trading. I'm going to buy it and sell it a little bit later for a profit. But the commodity, you actually have to take delivery on it. So the oil, when you have to take delivery on it, and you can't, that it has a negative price because you're telling the person no one wants delivery, and they're only going to take delivery on the oil if you pay them. So it was negative $40 a barrel. It meant that you had to pay these people $40 to take a barrel of oil.
Right.
And then that makes sense because the wells were pumping, and the wells are pumping. And unless you want big oil spill, they have to put it somewhere. And so at that point, there was so much oil being pumped and so little demand that it was a cost of money. It was losing money, that they had to take an immediate loss of $40 a barrel on oil because they were pumping way too much.
Right, but capacity had a premium at that point. Do you think we could find a better model?
Well, it's like physics. So if you're saying like, is Newton's laws, you're like F equals ma, or these various equations factually how the material realm operates, it, or is the equation just some sort of representation? And so the same thing with economics. So if you like the laws of supply and demand are the same, whether it's communism, socialism, or capitalism, and it's like the tax policy, various things. That so the law of economics has determined that policy is bounded, that you could use policy to change supply and demand, but you can't use policy to negate the laws of supply and demand. You could just use policy to try to fine tune societal outcomes within the laws of supply and demand, and largely there's schools of economics. Like if Memes is familiar, if Gandalf actually studied this, that debate how much economics is natural law and how much policy could have an effect. So you could be a deterministic economic and basically say that no, I mean, policy has almost no room to affect the outcome of economic societal direction, because it's just like governments and rise and fall of nations, that there's larger natural law effects that are going to supersede it.
Well, I mean, at least how we were taught back, when kind of the more Friedmanite school of quote unquote free markets was being promoted everywhere. I mean, it would be considered impossible to have a condition where, because of global lockdowns, that there'd be so much, such a glut of oil that people would have to basically pay to take oil on delivery and go to negative prices. I mean, it's clear that supply and demand are not independent of politics, as if that were possible. But in the case of the oil glut of 2020, politics actually intervened and totally changed the laws of supply and demand. So it would seem that
it's like all
a clear line
science
between natural law leading to economic law, but there's some sort of political intervention in between. I think we've got the chain of causation. I think might need to be extended quite a bit.
What I'm saying, it's policy is descriptive, not prescriptive. That the larger laws of economics are determining what's happening, and policy is describing what's happening as opposed to describing what's happening. So when the politicians are moving around with policy, basically they're just fumbling to keep up with what's going on. They're not actually changing anything. It's not even with their power or purview to change it should they want to. So it's an epistemology of the power of man to control economics, to the power of economics, so to say, superseding the power of man, and it's really a debate among experts in the field of what level it is of man's power over the economy.
But are we actually
some saying basically 0 to saying 100%.
Now, are we actually fully following the laws of economics? And the reason why I bring this up, and again, this is hearsay, but I have a friend on this internet stuff and things, happens to be a day trader, trading primarily in petroleum. And he told me, at least it was a while back, and again, maybe this didn't line up, but I kind of think it did. He said at one point he went to go log in, and there was about maybe a 5 to 15 minute period where he was locked out of his ability to actually go into the system and do his day trading. He said that was the only time it's ever happened over his entire career. And it was at one point where I believe prices were actually like kind of plummeting, and they almost did like a pause on the market, and then he was able to trade openly again.
Yeah, I mean, they legally, the NASDAQ and...
That's a not so invisible hand of the market. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it could have been a computer that was just overloaded, just like Robin Hood and the GameStop trading, whether they shut it down because
they only had so many reserves. Yeah.
The government and the NASDAQ has like a 5% or 500-point rule where if it drops, they close the market for so many minutes, and if it's so many days, they close it for the rest of the day. So it could have been a protective measure in the market but I mean, the fact that the price could go negative is only because it's a commodity, because you actually take delivery. So a stock or an equity can't go negative. A stock can't go negative. You can't have a liability from owning the stock. It's only because it's a commodity and you have to take delivery on it. And the contract, if you have the contract, you're required to take delivery in theory. That very rarely do traders actually take delivery on the commodity. So at that point, taking delivery wasn't going to be something that you paid for. It was going to be something that they had to pay you for. So I mean, that's something unique of the commodity market that doesn't apply in other markets that could go negative like that.
Well, except for GameStop, if you were shorting it as an institution, I mean, you have infinite liability technically.
Yeah, as a short sale, that might be similar, but I'm saying
you're talking physical buy.
I'm saying
okay.
when they created the commodity market hundreds of years ago, it was built into the system that it could go negative because the unique nature of the commodity market, where you're actually taking delivery.
We have nowhere to store these cattle.
Yeah, so that was something that's been like that for hundreds of years. They'd already thought of this phenomenon. But it's saying like short selling, if you're short a stock and your loss potential is infinite in theory, because the price could go infinitely up, but it doesn't mean the price could go negative. That a stock,
well they had short more shares than
you agree that a stock cannot go negative. That if you own GameStop,
it would have an extremely small
Microsoft,
amount,
there is no way that it goes negative and you lose money. It could go to zero, and what you have is worthless, but it's not going to go to a negative price where you have to actually pay something. That's only something that happens in the commodity market. If you're comparing something to a short sale, that's really of a different nature than we're talking about. What it is saying, that's something fundamentally unique to the commodity market, that the price could go negative, that basically doesn't exist in any other market.
Oh, I can't think of any examples.
Yeah, and it's because the nature of taking delivery on a commodity, that if the stock goes bankrupt, the purpose of the limited liability corporate
plays on like credit swaps.
I mean, because the purpose of the corporation is limited liability. So if the corporation goes bankrupt, the shareholders and the owners,
that can amplify your losses past 100% if you're using leverage.
I'm just saying they have indemnity that yeah. I mean, so if you have leverage, that if
And how
you
much of these plays are leverage? I mean, that's all these idiots talk about is GameStop.
well, yeah, I'm saying you could lose if you if you put up $25,000 in the U.S. The rules you need minimum $25,000 to open an account to day trade, and then you could get 4-to-1 margin. So if you put up $25,000 and you're trading $100,000 and you lose half of it, not only did you lose your full $25,000, you now owe $25,000 to the bank, to the trading company that provided you margin. And but that's not in any relation because the stock going negative or something. That's because you borrowed money to buy more of the stock than the actual money that you have. But it's saying the reason stocks can't go negative is not necessarily because in theory they couldn't go negative. It's because you have indemnity from liability as a shareholder. So in theory, a company could go in liability, and if you were a shareholder, they could hunt you down and say you have to pay off the debt of the company. But in the U.S., the law was structured that there's limited liability, and if the company goes bankrupt, that they can't go after the owners, the share owners, for the liability on their share, as opposed to the commodity. That if you agree to sell the commodity, to buy the commodity, that there's a contract that you're going to have to take delivery, and if the agreement at the fair price, and what I meant about the natural law would come back to supply and demand in price discovery, that the process of determining a price through price discovery, through finding the mid ground between supply and demand that comes to some sort of price, is a scientific process, and all economics is built upon price discovery and supply and demand. That someone say these current prices or values that we put on prices on objects are actually basically scientific and derivative of natural law in the same way as physical law, because price discovery and supply and demand is actually basically a physical law.
Well, I mean, there's also the social influence as well.
Yeah, see, I don't draw direct causation between economic law that they're derived from nature in the sense that you do. I think they're derived
Well,
from
you could always say we're of nature.
Which comes from nature.
I mean, that you're going to have supply and demand. There's going to be a certain demand that people, object on the earth, or if it's animals, doesn't even have to be people, because the laws of supply and demand work in all of nature, that there's going to be more demand than there is for the object, and it's going to cause scarcity, and because of the scarcity, there's going to be more of people or object or nature, or even plants, like plants trying to get sunlight, then available, and that increases, so to say, the price. And that price could be calculated however you're going to, if it's plants, that there's a limited amount of sun and only so many are going to survive, but so they have to fight each other for the sun or the water, that's the same law of supply and demand, and it could basically be reduced to mathematics and differential equations, even if it's large societies of men and things like oil, that that's the same concept, that there's scarcity, and then these natural ways of how supply and demand determine a price. And it's not arbitrary to a social thing. It's actually scientific in the same way that you would describe things in the plant and animal kingdom.
I apologize. I was replying to a porn star on Twitter that XX Mrs. Memes got me one of her products back in the day. I was being rude. Sorry.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying here?
It's. I mean, you're. I mean, again, the argument is,
But
even if I'm going to say,
not just
right,
in the animal
even
world,
marketing,
like
we are human
like
beings
plants,
are of nature as well.
even bacteria have some sort of thing of price discovery, where there's limited resources, there's a struggle over it, and that supply and demand curve could be calculated, and there could be a value assigned to the value of that resource at that time. And just if it's a single cell organism fighting for water or light to a complicated human society, it's the same law.
No, it's a model of distribution. Isn't it kind of like the whole Pareto's principle or whatever?
80-20 rule, you mean?
I have no idea how that could possibly play into what Doovid is saying here.
Oh,
Well, I mean, the Pareto is more like a heuristic. But saying that if
What Doovid is saying here is that it comes out of science. Pareto is statistical analysis. Those are two
When we
different
say-
levels.
we're
of
saying it's a
causality.
predator-prey type subject, that all human interaction could basically be reduced to a predator-prey type population models, and all life on the planet could be reduced to these predator-prey type models, and economic laws of supply and demand are basically extensions of predator-prey models. So saying that from this model of the human nature, that as cells grow and you have multicellular organisms, that there's naturally a struggle for resources, because the cells basically, like I say, you only live by killing, that there is no way to live without destroying other life, and all cells, all life has to have a metabolism process. They have to take energy from the outside world and metabolize that, and because of that necessity aspect of life to metabolize, that creates scarcity, and hence the laws of economics and supply and demand.
Right. That's what Dr. Weinstein essentially used in his quote-unquote theory of everything geometric unity. He was utilizing economic gauge theory that I believe himself as well as his wife had actually done a paper on back in the day.
Yeah, this is pretty well accepted, what I'm saying.
Okay.
I didn't make it up.
I'm not arguing with you. No,
these are similar
things.
You could look at economics as 100% deterministic.
Okay, does that mean physics is?
Well, I'm saying that economics is an extension of physics.
Right.
But I thought you believed in free will, Doovid.
Well, I do, because I'm a dualist. And that's why I say the concept of ownership doesn't actually exist in the material realm. That's why I say ownership is a spiritual concept. When you say that me and memes are both shareholders in a certain company, and it profits, and we get a dividend, that it might have a material reality, that maybe we're co-owners in a building, and landlords, and we collect rent. So there's a material reality to it. But in the material realm, there's no connection between like me and memes and like a building that we own. It's there might be a piece of paper and a bank statement, but the concept of ownership in the business and like collecting rent in these things, from the Doovidic understanding, are all happening in the spiritual realm.
Sounds kind of like Bitcoin.
I mean, you have a modern, so Bitcoin, if it's like a number in the machine, so it's okay, you have a certain amount of money, that there's verifiable that this, whoever the identity of, Doovid, Gandalf, Memes, or Jennifer, that we have affiliated bank accounts and possessions, and we could verify that these possessions are mine, through whatever means that the bank would recognize that it's uniquely me. But in essence, you're saying like, no, there's no material connection between me and my possessions, and me and the number in my bank. It's somewhat arbitrary, but so Bitcoin, if you're saying it's a message, it's a symbolic meaning, but it's like, no, it's a material representation of something in the spiritual realm. Let's say money is actually a spiritual concept. So someone has money, and it's like, oh, here's my money, here's my check, here's my charge card, run it through, does the check clear or not? It's actually something in the spiritual realm that's determinative of whether, that's why I keep on stressing to Jennifer kind of a Judaic merchant understanding that basically karma is money. The best representation of karma in the material realm is actually money. And you would say money is, say money is arbitrary. Money is, we just have a fiat currency. But say like, no, money is representative of spiritual karma, of how much good karma a person has acquired. That even to look at it, that money is not the only measure of the accumulation of good karma, but in essence, money is purely a representation of the accumulation of good karma.
How can that be the case if we're in a situation where the social forces and are determined or would appear to be aligning up in such a way that the faith and the institutions around which that money as currency functions as a store and exchange of value, if all those things are melting down? If I have tons of money and it's worth no more than toilet paper, how is that a sign of good karma?
Well, it's saying that accumulated money is the same
Depends on the
thing
point of that toilet paper.
as accumulated good karma. So there could be a point where your accumulated good karma doesn't serve you. So it's like an ant farm or something, because saying these are material natural law. So if you have a bunch of ants and they prepared for the winter and they collected a whole bunch of stuff to survive the whole winter, and then something happens and then God forbid they all die, and what they did to fill the storehouses for the winter is now completely valueless, and a new colony of ants that didn't work to fill the storehouses just come in and raid and take the benefit of the storehouses. Doesn't change the fact that the full storehouses are still representative of good karma, because someone had to fill those storehouses. So even if the ownership somehow switches to a different person, it doesn't change the fact that money is still representative of an accumulation of good karma. So you just say, how is it possible that people who don't have good karma are the owners of the storehouses of good karma? You could come up with different explanations for it, but it doesn't mean, but certainly the storehouses are representations of good karma. So your ancestors might have worked enslaved to fill up the storehouses, and then they got a few measly beans and had to hand over the keys to someone who mistreated them, because that's the harsh condition of the material realm. But it doesn't change the fact that it was essentially good karma that it took to fill up the storehouse.
Isn't Bitcoin a commodity? Oh no, excuse me. It was ruled as security, I believe.
Hold on, I don't mean to interrupt. I do have to get off this stream, and I want to wish you all happy Sunday, happy Easter, and I appreciate the interesting discussion. Unfortunately, I have to go, but thanks for having me on.
Thanks for joining. Talk to you soon. Thanks for taking the time to explain that too, Doovid. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, so the Doovidism and the multiple truth hypothesis are going to separate it and say that, no, I mean, really these laws of economics are dualistic in nature, and the store comes from the spiritual realm. So in the material realm, wealth is always good karma, because good karma, it's something good that's been stored up. And so the question of the ownership of the good karma, that in a dualistic system, it could be that the good karma is transferred, so it's like reincarnation, or even legal measures. So saying if you do all the work and I make all the money, sucker, too bad. Saying that I'm gonna trick you into filling up the storehouse, and then I'm gonna change the ownership over to me. God forbid that karmatically there could be such a thing, and that's the concept, or even paying someone for their service or a product, that that this money or Bitcoin or whatever the transfer of value is representative of. But who is sitting on the storehouses, and even if it's a fiat, random, meaningless representation of the transfer of value, like money, that it's in essence that the storehouses of money is storehouses of good karma. But just because they're storehouses of good karma, you could have alternative explanations for how bad people are put in charges of storehouses of good karma.
So we should spread the karma around.
Well, no, I mean, you shouldn't. I mean, but I'm saying this, the system generally...
Would the system be better?
Well, no, because what's the nature of material reality. So the general ahimsa principle in short-term thinking would be, yeah, anybody who has extra resources that they don't need right now versus people who have suffering that could be immediately limited by giving them resources. So yeah, in short-term thinking, redistribution of wealth always generally satisfies the ahimsa principle and limits suffering. But long-term is thinking, no, it's not long-term. It probably increases suffering to redistribute resources like that, and actually, would go counter the ahimsa principle.
Well, nothing wrong with helping your fellow creature.
Yeah, I was saying that if your goal, I mean, there's the common aphorisms like, leading a fish to water versus teaching a person to fish, teaching a person to trade, the welfare state, various, but it's saying your goal as a human being is to obey the ahimsa principle and try to limit suffering. And if you have opportunity to do that, but it's not always straightforward how to best observe the ahimsa principle. You're just like when you see the person on the street and you give them money so they could buy drugs, or a certain level that some level, if just blindly giving, and even like Kabbalistically, today's the Omer, so today is Chesed Shebegavura, that the intertwined Kabbalistic. You have your kindness and severity. So you have the severity of kindness, and then you have the kindness of severity. But just to always give, the Kabbalistic system of contractions said that if God's light, if you stare straight at the sun, we would go blind. And if God let all of his bounty flow to us, it would overwhelm, it would crush us, it would destroy us. So God had to contract himself in order to restrain God's bounty, because just kindness in and of itself is not a kindness, because it would have destroyed us. So it took a certain amount of severity for God to limit his kindness so it doesn't destroy us. But these are just concepts to understand, complicated, and how intertwined these measures are, and how the ahimsa principle really comes out to like very complicated series of differential equations. It's not always easiest to know the best path forward to limit suffering.
So you kind of answered my question, but
Well,
can you
basically,
state in
just to add to what you're saying, Doovid, is like every time you solve that question on one level, you magnify to the next level of complexity. So you're opening a door to more complexity. So it's like as soon as you get the answer, you're kind of faced with like 5 more answers, because you have that higher awareness of what the situational ahimsa is. So you're like perpetually regressing, and not, maybe regressing is the wrong word, but like going into these deeper magnifications of what that actually means. Like there's always another level on which ahimsa can operate.
Yeah, in the news.
Memes is asking in the chat what is. It's not the HIMSS principle, it's ahimsa. It means non-violence or non-harm.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it's a principle of Hinduism. It's the center of the Jain religion, but a general principle of all forms of Hinduism. And of memes, you do security or have expertise in violence. Generally, violence is acceptable if it maintains the ahimsa principle, meaning that suffering is limited. So in terms of like beating up a bad guy, God forbid, or even saying beating up, but disarming, say that, or even executing a criminal, in theory could be part of the ahimsa principle, because the person was causing harm to greater society, and the harm to that person is, it's a utilitarian concept in general. So you could have absolute schools of ahimsa where certain bad action is always forbidden, no matter what the case, even if in a certain circumstance that doing that forbidden action would actually somehow decrease the overall suffering in general. And
that's why it was so hard to answer your question about, I was going to say jousting, but dueling. Because it's like, well, is it in accordance with the ahimsa principle? That's
You're
why.
arguing it. Well, it's like you said. Every time you're arguing one point, it's like, well, you guys should consider all these other things right there. So ultimately, you could almost use like the proof of infinite descent to be like, you can almost always find a contradiction.
Well, we could
or
say that
often.
we're gonna let those things fly, but then we're gonna acknowledge that they could have dealt with that a lot better, and then judge them as in having not really done things to the most honorable standard as possible. It's like, yeah, they just weren't
Or you make
patient
a
enough, and
chivalry.
it turned into a fucking shit show.
You make a warrior argument that jousting does in fact limit suffering. That given the nature of the material realm and the tendency towards violence, that you'll cipher out who the toughest guy is, who the alpha is, in order to have some sort of structure or order, even though it's violent in nature, and a few people, God forbid, might get hurt, might get killed. That overall it will limit suffering, because to have some sort of official measurement of who the alpha is to create order will be less suffering than a haphazard determination of alphas. And you could look at sports and the Greek system of the Olympics in general as in obedience of the ahimsa principle, that even the violence of the Roman gladiatorial arena in essence decreased the overall suffering of all of Rome. And even in the Hebrew temple is saying, like, somewhat of the explanation, Passover, we sacrificed the Paschal lamb in the temple, but the sacrifice in the temple is in theory to limit sacrifices, because there's a natural tendency to sacrifice, and once the temple is instituted, it becomes forbidden to sacrifice anywhere other than the temple. So because so many people would be sacrificing animals, had there not been a temple to do it in, that sacrificing animals in the temple actually reduces suffering, because had it not been for that, there would be so much unregulated sacrificing of animals, so to say, in general. And maybe you could even look at Jesus in the resurrection, possibly in that light, versus so to say, like UFC and boxing, or just two people fighting out an argument, that you could look at it in your understanding of human nature, that actually reduces suffering.
And it's kind of controlled chaos.
Yeah, in a mathematical way.
Chaos
well, there's
with
also
boundaries.
suffering. There's suffering that arises from inaction, right? If somebody offends you greatly and you don't do anything, then you feel like a bitch, right? That's a form of suffering. Of
Whereas
violence.
generally you want to avoid suffering in totality. So if you're telling a person, okay, it's going to hurt, like there's going to be jousting, there's going to be fights, there's going to be dueling, that's going to be suffering. There's no way to say that suffering's
No,
not
it's going to be
suffering.
potentially pain, but pain and suffering are different things.
But you're saying that the overall suffering will be reduced.
Theoretically, and not every time. I mean, you have to look at it each individual situation. It's like, is this actually serving the purposes intended? I.e., is it doing that? I would say not in all cases, because as you alluded to earlier, it does have a tendency to glorify violence, which may not be good if you're trying to espouse the ahimsa principle.
Yeah. Oh, you want to bring up the etymology of etiquette? I was talking about this on the chess server this week.
I love that word so much, and I'm so glad you brought it up. Isn't it just the cutest word?
Well, because etiquette refers to the observance of ritual, and saying that it's arbitrary. And sometimes there's Vaishnava etiquette.
I wouldn't call it I mean, it's kind of insulting yourself to call it arbitrary. It's like, no, it came from a very specific place, but it's entangled with biological axioms, so we may not have the language to say what that place is. It's not arbitrary by a long shot.
Well, I mean, so we say like Vaishnava etiquette, but I mean, etiquette's a French word, and it's I mean, I call it arbitrary. It could be taken
Perhaps
in the
you
wrong
could say
way.
that it's subjective to some extent. Different.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just saying the
know.
norms of society, so proper etiquette is just observing the norms, and in general, it comes in the French. When you appeared in front of the court in France, you had to observe the rituals and the customs. That that was like, like wearing like funny white wigs or whatever the customs of the court was. But that when you were in the court in France, you were best to observe their customs, and that was the nature of the word etiquette. Although just the concept of and today usually etiquette is more affiliated with manners, and saying manners also are more customs, because saying when you have etiquette, it means you have the manners of the people you're around, not necessarily that there's an objective best way to do things, and I have manners because I objectively do the best human interaction. You're saying I have manners because I know the history and rituals of the people I'm around and fulfill those rituals. So you're saying, and Hare Krishna, they call Vaishnava etiquette, is a common terminology. And Vaishnava etiquette doesn't just mean an Aryan who fulfills the morals and dharmatic precepts. It also means the observance of the ritual. And saying, as a Jew, you're saying no, it's proper Jewish etiquette to have a Passover Seder, to eat matzah, because it's the etiquette to observe the ritual. It's a signal to the larger society that I'm in line with the larger group strategy. So I thought that was an interesting etymology and maybe even enlightening on what we're talking about.
It kind of sounds like the Bohm dialogue. It was something that was just presented to me the other day, but essentially David Bohm apparently was one of the facilitators of the Copenhagen basically meeting, where they ended up kind of like arguing over physics, because I guess a lot of it kind of get cutthroat according to some folks.
Wait a minute. They argued about physics and it got ugly? Well, I am shocked. Excuse me.
I know. How dare scientists ever get into a little
it's just
kerfuffle.
So completely unprecedented. I mean, how could we have seen this one coming?
I know. Don't that just be it all? But essentially, he was
really
establishing.
Do be that way, though.
That seems to be a model for a lot of things.
All right, guys, remember, we're putting our troll disentanglement glasses on. Ancient scientists, which ones were the trolls? Which one were the conformists? Well, ancient's a bit of an overstatement.
Doovid, you guys have covered Bohm before?
Yeah, I mean, we even watched the Infinite Potential. I think we were in the chat, or I mentioned it.
I think I mentioned it with what's his name? Remember the physicist guy?
Yeah,
who actually came on? No, he actually came. No, not him. The one way before that. The guy who was actually a physics teacher part-time. I'm sorry, but I forget his name. He actually came on the show and I explained to him why water's bent.
Yeah, I forget that also. I don't think I was on the show that time.
No, it was a separate stream just about that, the physics. Sharfian, I think he mentioned Bohmian stuff, and it has been mentioned to me in passing that it is somehow connected to or similar to my work. I
told the biography of Bohm on a Week in Review. I think even a few Week in Reviews I talked about Bohm. I mean, Bohm eventually retired to Israel, and Bohm was a student of Einstein and Feynman, and then he was blacklisted.
Whoa!
I told the story, and then went to South America, and then to Israel, and it was Hindu leanings and his different interpretation of Copenhagen. We went over this in detail on multiple Week in Reviews, and they started coming. I mean, I remember advertising on Week in Review the movie they made about him called Infinite Potential, where they started showing clips of him and his conversations, and he was buddies with Krishnamurti and like the Dalai Lama. But yeah, I mean, he has a tragic fallout from being one of the brightest physicists in America to being completely blacklisted, having to regroup in South America. And then he writes a whole bunch of physics that is never largely accepted because he had been blacklisted, but stuff starts appearing in journals, and there's tons of it. He wrote tens, hundreds of articles, solutions to all types of stuff. But in his lifetime, he never really regained footing in academia. And I think it was communism that did him in, actually.
I was about to say, was he a communist?
I think it was communism that did him in.
How dare he care about other people? I'm sorry.
But it was just the Times. It was a factual.
No.
That he had to flee America, but from doing that, he was able to take a different approach to the Copenhagen interpretation, and so a lot of the neo, whatever physics schools that are in opposition, I think, to the Copenhagen interpretation, draw off of Bohm, because Bohm in South America, that was always skeptical of the Copenhagen interpretation. At the time, was really one of the only major physicists working on that, and so he just has so much stuff. And now I think that it's much more popular to theorize outside of the Copenhagen interpretation. So and it's more in line with things like quantum mind and spiritual dualistic understandings of the world, that there's been somewhat of a attempt to revive Bohm, although from what I understand, he was never revived in his lifetime. That even though some of his papers got accepted and he had a little bit of acclaim, like talking with like the Dalai Lama and Krishnamurti, that in his lifetime he never was able to regain acceptance in the academy.
Oh, I barely just touched any of this.
But he did die in Israel. I think he did. Make it to Israel. So in that effect, also, right. Not necessarily because he was like a Zionist or cared about his Judaism, but because he got blacklisted, and after living in South America for so long, he was just like, I'm a Jew, I might as well just move to Israel.
Well, hey, but the whole point here is basically you're trying to actually figure out as close to whatever the truth or whatever we're actually trying to do. Basically, you're not supposed to be going in there.
You don't really know what people are trying to do you? You just maybe know or have a hint of what. Well, the thing is, we don't really know why we do the things we do necessarily. We might think we know, but have we actually proven it to ourselves? It's like, have we actually gone through the thought process to even agree on what this thing's even going to look like in the end?
Where's the proof of our truth?
I might even draw an analogy to Tesla, to Bohm. Tesla's more like straightforward inventor, electrics, but like in terms of theoretical physics, that Bohm is like a Tesla type figure.
I don't know much about the guy, but from what I've seen of his theories, I was impressed.
I'm saying like Tesla, like he had a falling out with Edison, and it moved forward with Edison, and Tesla keeps on coming up with incredible ideas and invention the rest of his life, but largely dies in poverty and defeated by Edison completely. And so Bohm, similarly to the anti-communist movement at the time in America, completely defeated, but he spends the rest of his life coming up with these incredible theories that are largely on the outskirts of mainstream academia. But looking back after his death, he wrote hundreds of papers, and he had a crazy, good ideas about countless things that just shocking.
I thought Tesla's fall came when the banks approached him and been like, we'll be able to bring electricity to the world. And he's like, we're going to give it away for free. And then his legacy kind of didn't keep going at the moment.
Yeah, and so whatever Tesla did, it didn't work in terms of the material realm. Like he came up with these ideas, but he couldn't implement them. And it
was basically the Super Librix of his day.
No, but Super Librix didn't necessarily actually accomplish anything. Like Tesla and Bohm.
Tesla, yeah, he accomplished some things, but did he actually come up with a unified field model? Did he actually proffer any type of an equation or theory that might indicate some sort of, I know he said a lot of stuff and he did do some engineering work, but really what's so great about Tesla?
He made the zappy thingies.
Ooh, zappy thingies. Ooh, he understood electricity was the thing. Well, golly gosh.
Yeah, so that's what I'm comparing Bohm to. That there's a lot of people still till today that would basically completely dismiss Bohm and everything he accomplished.
I honestly still don't know what it is that Tesla even did that was so great, other than engineering, which I admit was nice. Bohm actually did put forth a theory, which was cool.
Wasn't Tesla direct current?
Okay, yeah, it's electricity. It's material science. Okay.
Cool. I thought he wanted some power through the exosphere or something, or magnetosphere, or whichever it was.
That's just because somebody had an idea. Doesn't mean fuck all. That's my point, is Super Librix has an idea, but he falls flat on his face because he fails to judge the gap between his understanding and his intuitions. That's all my point. I'm just saying I think Tesla in a way is quite overrated.
Yeah, I got a few
Pe-
books on him. Like, no, I think, I mean, even I mean, he legitimately was a great scientist.
Now, do we think, as far as a scientist goes, does Dr. Weinstein have something that's interesting right now? Is it something that could be a workable model potentially if you fill in some of the gaps?
Well, I deny basically the entire standard model. So obviously something derivative of the standard model, I'm not going to accept it.
We're saying Tesla's already over 100 years ago, and you're saying people still remember him and trace ideas to him. So that Weinstein has done even anything that will be memorable. Like if someone wrote a book 100 years ago about ideas that weren't true and never led anywhere, it would just fall into the waste bins of history. So even to claim that Weinstein has even accomplished something that will be remembered after him is completely unclear. You're just saying he just wrote a book of a bunch of mumbo jumbo that he says is great and no one acknowledged. And why would a few decades from now or after his death, like a lot of this stuff is useful or interesting, and you're saying Weinstein, you're saying he's on a Bohm level, maybe.
Well,
Oh,
Bohm
I have
came
no
up with
idea.
the idea of pilot waves, and he had a waveform approach. And right off the bat, yeah, I'm not going to say I'm endorsing all his theories, but that he's on the right track. Whereas, okay,
Weinstein hasn't.
what did Tesla do? He invented the direct current. Is that correct?
I think so. I mean, from my understanding, that Edison, Edison wanted alternative current, and he wanted direct current. And I don't know if he invented or the developer of it, and it basically went with Edison. And after that, Tesla was never able to get his footing, and largely was in and out of bankruptcy and failed business dealings the rest of his life, to dying in obscurity, even though he consistently came up with interesting ideas and inventions. But he's one of the fathers of electricity.
He just was unfortunate at monetizing it.
Well, he incorrect that a alternative current was a better way of power distribution across long periods. I think because the voltage or whatever that you could switch increase the voltage, and whatever the reason why, a better way to distribute power. Although I think in Europe that Siemens, I think in Europe they might have used direct current, so it could even be that that Edison it wasn't even right, but he just had the political might and power to work with the governments to regulate, and so at the end of the day, the government and the power companies went with Edison, and Tesla had nothing.
I thought it was just better when things went wrong, that if it was near an end user, you want to have the alternating current, because you wouldn't necessarily blow out all the equipment that was plugged in.
I think in Europe, like the Siemens company did actually use direct current.
So, is that why they're different plugs?
But I have to look up, and fortunately, Doooovid's pathetic engineer who doesn't know my stuff as well as I should.
How dare you not know the configuration of every single power source in the world?
Well, I mean, even the history of the electric grid and the battle over DC or AC, and even the practical benefits. I mean, even Jennifer has a undergraduate degree in physics. I mean, can she tell you why we went with AC over DC, or did Siemens in Europe use DC? And it's not necessarily that AC is better than
because
DC.
AC scales where DC doesn't really scale. If it's alternating, then more basically like it's more cost efficient at the end of the day. It uses less energy. Because a direct, you got to think of it as like a long-term differential, right?
When we distribute power,
bottom.
we have these like switchers that we switch the voltage. So like in essence it's the current, but when we put it over the power lines, and what's the equation of the voltage and current?
Well, there's a connection for an ohmic conductor, V equals IR but this only for ohmic conductors. So
But I mean,
voltage
on the
is
power
product
line that
of I of the current and the resistance.
Don't
yeah,
they
so
like a
when we
capacitor,
get the electricity into our house, it's like 120 amps or whatever, that the power 120 volts, but when it goes to the power line it's like 10,000, 100,000 volts, and they put it through a transformer, but that has something to do with AC DC also, that it's more efficient, that when they transfer it from the power, the steam or nuclear power plant, Metro Detroit, we have nuclear and steam feeding us, that they put it like 100,000 volts in a lower current.
Come back to inertia. Think of it. Is it easier to spin a small thing, a bunch of little small things, or one big huge thing?
There's less resistance on voltage.
A lot of inertia, right? Like that's why the generator station is a big huge thing, because you do need a direct power source. But then for distribution, it makes more sense to distribute it amongst a bunch of little things that could be locally excited versus having to create this huge potential difference, right?
I'm making the point that I mean, there's a direct inverse relation between, I think, voltage, and just like pressure and volume is a similar between voltage and amperage. So when it's transferred,
amperage has to do with how much is going through. Voltage has to do with the work potential difference. So the bigger the voltage difference, the more pulling apart of where they actually want to be. Because if you introduce a voltage potential, it's saying, okay, well, they normally want to be super close, but it's actually pushing them super far.
Yeah, I mean, I did these calculations. Like, if you wanted to design an electric box, I mean like for your house, the converter, at least in America, how these things work, and it's actually not that complicated, the calculations. But I mean, you have the transformer, and it goes from high voltage to low voltage, and there's multiple transformers that from the power stations to the main neighborhood, that it's an extremely high voltage, and then there's voltage drops till the ultimate voltage drop in the house. And
I think it comes at like 277, because at some point you got 277, so you could have 240 for an outlet. You could split those each into 120s.
The inertia for 7 circles of radius 1 is significantly less than the corresponding circle of equal area. It's really to do with resistance. Like the inertia of a DC system would be insurmountably large, and it doesn't scale. The more you try to scale it in the physical, the less it works, is what I'm saying. The more you need to power it, and then you end up with a danger, because like these things become unstable at some point if they have so much energy, right? That's why CERN needs to be contained. It through.
Yeah, I was telling Jennifer, just to keep our mind sharp, like we should go over engineering processes. Like we talked about the 3D printer and some of that, but just it's good to keep your mind sharp to go over manufacturing engineering processes besides the physics, and even just to intellectually work out, because these are like when I was in school taking courses in civil engineering, that I actually had to on tests questions about this, and like here in America we have like the 3-wire system, and like you're talking where they distribute the wiring, and I forget the numbers, but these are calculations that if you're a home builder and you're designing a circuit box for your house that you make, you have to tap into the transformer and bring it into the house, and as this was graduate level University of Michigan making these calculations, but they're relatively simple calculations. And I remember even the professor was making fun of the students. He's like, I know you all went into civil engineering because you weren't good at math, but like, yes, you do have to do this much math in civil engineering, which that was probably the most complicated. The math in the civil engineering was the calculations for the voltage drop to make a circuit box in a house.
I think some of Mathematica has some models now and stuff for it. Because I remember I was listening to a video the other day where they actually were having a set design of a circuit, and it's like, this will only work if you actually have the things lined up the way they should be. So it's kind of like, I think it was a couple of MIT students, they were kind of working on something. They're like, we have this model, we're working on it, give it a try. I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, but now they have plug-and-play software that does the calculations for you. But I'm saying that it doesn't even take more than algebra to do a voltage drop. It's not complicated calculations. Even to understand why AC works better than DC doesn't require more than algebra. It's probably just the resistance. There's more resistance in direct current, and so it's easier. The alternating current allows you to transfer the energy at high voltage and therefore have less resistance.
Well, they have some chemical engineering models as well. I mean, if we wanted to take a look at it or something, like you said, could be a good exercise.
Yeah, but any processes like that, or explanations of how 3D printers were pretty interesting, just because they're somewhat, even though they're pretty complicated, they're a little bit intuitive of how they work. Even someone without a science background could kind of understand what a 3D printer is kind of doing, as opposed to like maybe engines and combustion, automobiles, and even electricity in general are largely beyond the realm of most people's understanding.
What are the limits?
It's because it's so simple. The formula is like, what's the formula? dq is an integral, I forget which one, the Gauss's theorem. It's very simple, and those are the hardest things to really grasp.
Are they
very simple? Short.
Because they don't. It's hard to see them as representative physical concepts. Like a 3D printer, you could see like, okay, it's a plastic and it's being melted and timed and according to some extruder on XYZ axis, as opposed to electricity. Like, what is electricity? How does it work? What voltage? What does voltage even mean? Are very complicated for most people. And saying like Jennifer, she was a teacher. You would know through experience of teaching how complicated it is for people to learn these concepts. So if you taught freshman physics for a few years, and you said, and
I think I maybe tutored electromagnetism one time, because it's not a required course. So if a person wouldn't end up in it unless they like really either had to take it, and then they probably just sort of grunt through it, or really liked it.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Or the system lets you take it, like it let me take modern physics as a senior year business student. I was taking it as an elective because it sounded cool.
That's like, statistically insignificant. Okay, the number of people
fair,
balls, the simultaneous balls and lack of savoir faire that would do that is a vanishingly small number. So congratulations, you're special.
Well, again, you can never model the extraordinary.
So how'd you do in the class?
I had to drop it because I ended up having to take like exploring the universe that was required for my degree, because they conflicted and we're on two different campuses. I was able to do the homework, and I think it was like calculating the speed of like a neutron or some particle going 0.99999 times the speed of light. It's like, well, they gave us the calculations, and I'm like, all right. I should not have taken that class.
I tutored, volunteered, the math lab, University of Michigan, almost 2 years. Even sometimes many hours a week, just in between classes. I drove, commuted, and a lot of times I have hours between classes, and I just sit in the math lab and tutor people. Is a good deed, good way to keep my head sharp. And you could tell from Jennifer's comment that she hadn't really tutored much. It's only one person in electricity or magnetism. But if you've had experience trying to teach people these concepts, you have a general feel for how complicated they are. And at the end of the day, a lot of people never understand these concepts. And so
it's
simple.
Because you don't know why this is true. It's just stated. Okay. If I told you that the reason why this is a fact is because it's a bounded spheroid surface, which is obeying the law of entropy, which is making it want to. What's entropy makes the sphere want to do, guys?
Achieve the lowest energy state.
What does a photon do?
It traverses, achieving the lowest
It gets
energy
bigger.
state. Or
It wants to get bigger. It wants to spread out like a toxic fart, okay? If you forget what the tendency to max entropy state is, spreading out like a fart. Just look no further than the, biological instance. So think about it. What is this actually saying? Electric flux through an arbitrary surface is proportional to the total charge enclosed by the surface. Okay, so there's a charge enclosed by a surface. What's that charge want to do?
oh, it's an
Once
electric
again,
fart.
tell me what the charge wants to do. Starts with an E. X. P. Come on, guys, you're not going to make me spell the whole word out, are you? What happens to your stomach when you undo your
Expand.
belt? Poof, it wants to expand. So the degree to which it expands, when it expands, is creating what? An electric flux. That's what expansion is. The electricity is fluxing proportional to its area because that's what's binding this excess of electrons, which is the waveform.
And that's
It's
when
not
it runs
really-
into
it's not
Doooovid's
really-
inertia.
The point is it's not really binding it. It's only sort of binding it because that waveform always wants to expand. And that's what Gauss's law is saying, is that the waveform is always expanding in the sense that there's an electric flux proportional to the area, because the area is the thing containing the electric field, which always wants to. I might start doing that.
How is that going again?
That come through okay on the audio?
That wave functions out a little bit different, but
You're familiar
how
with
about,
that wave function, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely. But how about during an instance of
Did that make
superconductivity?
sense, Doovid? Did that explanation make sense? Was that too abstract, or did that kind of tie into it?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I don't think you're that great of a explainer to noobs, and you have certain style methods that probably make you a bad teacher. And is what I was going back, kind of like the Weinstein, like the LARP versus the pure mechanics of conveying an idea to the other person. So there's the power dynamic. A lot of time women, when they finally get a little bit of power, they want to use it in a way that's more than the issue. So the power dynamic, you have the information and the knowledge, and you're the teacher to the other person. And so just the pure conveying of the message and, signal, receiver, message, understanding to some sort of LARP, and the power dynamic of being the teacher, you probably need to work on a little bit, and saying
I'm
mechanics.
fine to do that because this voltage thing is pretty important. So if
I was
I
saying
can,
just to make like a LARP, like, yeah, I explained it real good, I'm awesome, versus saying like, no, like I sat in a lab and I've tutored hundreds of people, and over time of trying to explain the exact same thing to hundreds of different people, I have a little insight of how people go about understanding these ideas, as opposed to, kind of like Jennifer, like, it's so simple, I'm so awesome, I explained it.
I don't
even
think
though
it's simple.
I don't have a single person
I don't
that
think it's simple,
has
by the
working
way.
understanding of it from my explanation.
I
The
don't think
fart
it's
made
simple,
sense
by
to
the
me.
way. Just to be clear, I expect to have to repeat this hundreds of times before anyone even starts
It's
to
like
get
Eric
this.
Weinstein.
Not because I'm
you end up with
smarter,
a guy like
but
me
because
shilling for
it
you.
took me this
So
much
from
time.
your explanation, you
It
get
took
some
me
guy
this
like
much
me
time to even be
shilling
able to
for
explain it
you,
like this.
as opposed
And
to
as you
some guy
said,
who
it's
actually
not a good
understands the
explanation.
concept. Because that was your goal. Your goal wasn't for memes to actually understand the concept. Your goal was for memes to shill for you.
No, my goal was for you to. I wanted to know if you could follow the train of my explanation. With memes, I feel like he's. I wasn't aiming that at him. That's why I asked you afterwards whether the explanation made sense, because I would like it to make sense. And I don't think you're the only one who's going to struggle with a concept like this, because it's an extremely fundamental idea. I struggle with it too. What this is an application of calculus. Like, I spent a lot of years tutoring calculus,
These things,
not
I've
physics.
discussed this before. I mean, Jennifer is completely oblivious to these things I've been saying for months now. Like I mentioned with COVID-19,
I acknowledge what you're saying. I just don't agree.
Exponential growth has been tested to be beyond the understanding of the majority of people. So you say, oh, it's so simple. You say like, no, like I'm a scientist. I've looked up these things, and I know the expert skill levels of average people. And you say like, no, these concepts are beyond the understanding of the vast majority of people. And it's something like chess, and I'm saying like, no, I could train a retard to get to a 1200 level at chess. And like certain mathematical concepts, a person could have a 70 IQ, and you could still teach them, certain, how to add, how to write a check, certain fundamental things. But generally, the science is broken down, the levels of understandings and intellectual capacity. And, if you don't believe in hereditary, that intelligence could change, people could get smarter, that at a certain level of comprehension, the person, now may not be capable of understanding. They have to do something to increase their intelligence. And for these scientific concepts, is they know that the testing is generally very clear that most people will never understand them, even have a generic understanding of like physics in a curriculum that people learn about electricity in these various concepts. So I mean, Jennifer trying to look smart just makes herself look stupid, because she does. You're like, okay, you've developed expertise in a subject, then you should recognize the level of knowledge of the common man on the subject. And if you don't know the levels of knowledge of the common man on your subject, that's a lack of your understanding of your own subject.
See, I thought a lot of that kind of made sense, because it's like, all right, what are you talking about? Oh, you're talking about fart. What is that? Oh, that's different. Small amounts of pressure and air and particles that are going through, they're dispersing. If essentially you were to apply that into any form of a conduit, you'd have your pressure there, or the total mass, which essentially would be the amperage, as well as the actual current itself in voltage, would be, like you said, if you have smaller particles going through. And again, do I understand how this works?
Stop.
Sorry.
Mass
Okay.
is,
My
I
bad.
don't
Okay.
want you to misunderstand.
Wave
No, it's
function.
fine.
My
It's fine.
bad.
You're doing good. Mass is quantized.
Let me take a break here.
Sounds
But
good. Well, I think I need to come to this point, because this is the thing everyone's getting tripped up on. Mass is quantized. How does a voltage make sense with quantization? Voltage implies continuity, doesn't it?
Maybe I guess,
Well,
because
let's
it is
have
current flowing through.
you go ahead and tell the audience as simply as you can. Okay, imagine the audience has just suffered some sort of devastating head trauma. Go ahead and tell them what voltage is.
I'm not an electrical engineer.
Well, I mean, some might, just whatever you can. I mean, I'm not either.
My best bet would be to look it up on Google, but it's electrons getting from one point to another in a particular fashion.
That's a current. A current is electrons moving.
I always mess this one up. I don't know.
Voltage is the potential difference between two
It's the ability to do work that you said
ends
earlier.
of a battery. It's the energetic separation between the ends of a battery.
Oh, it's with the
So-
gap and what it would
okay,
do
so
to that gap.
The thing is, like, if there's gaps in your understanding, you're not going to know if you agree with the theory or not. You're not going to know what it is. Like, I'm trying to show you what it is now. So you just got to think of it from an intuitive example. So what materialistic example do we have of this phenomenon? I'm sure you've gotten a zap or whatever you call them.
Put a 9-volt battery on my tongue.
Well, I
Absolutely.
was going to say static electricity.
Oh, I've electrocuted myself, because we used to live in this old Victorian house that was wired about 100 years before, and there were these two lights in a corner of my
Oh my
mom's room, and
God.
at one point I'm like, I need to turn these lights on in here. I'm not sure why.
You must
So I
have
flipped them on
started
at the
fucking
same time.
feeling like the house was out to get you. You're just like, fuck you, socket.
Oh, no. It was wonderful, because I flipped them up and I went zzz, like that, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I didn't need to turn those lights on. So of course I flipped them off at the same time again. So I shocked myself again. I think I was like 7 years old.
Well,
I didn't do it after that.
let's take the central electricity out of it, because that's actually a much more complicated example. Let's just go to like on a carpet. Okay.
Okay.
So what's
Whenever I feel
happening?
the carpet, I discharge a shock when I touch a doorknob.
What's happening in that series of events?
My body is building up a charge from the shag carpet there, and then that excess charge ends up getting discharged when I come into contact with a metal surface.
So at what point does voltage enter into that?
Ooh, it's the gap. It's the
It-
spark.
So the reason those electrons moved is because there was a voltage gap between them, a potential difference to be precise. So
Oh, it's like the pressure of the part.
through the friction, you generated a potential difference, which then became equalized through the wand of entropy, right? Which always wants to put everything to that equal level.
Hmm.
So
You're a
it's
shitposting
kind of
Mr.
two.
Wizard, aren't you?
It's two. Sorry.
You, I don't know. I view you as kind of a shitposty Mr. Wizard, but you know a lot of stuff.
Who are you talking to?
You?
Oh, thank you. Well,
Well,
I'm a curator of knowledge. It's extremely therapeutic
it
to
works.
know things, and it's not just knowing things. It's I guess it's like knowing how you feel about the things that you know.
Well, you also want to usually be able to communicate them. Otherwise, it's kind of lonely.
Um, people like I don't know. People can make you feel alienated.
It happens a lot.
So loneliness is not really necessarily determined by how many people are around you. I think
That's true, but
because I don't have unrealistic expectations of other people, I'm actually less lonely because the loneliness usually seems to come from people being like expecting something from other people, not getting it communications wise, and then just being like, well, fuck this, I give up. Nobody gets me. I'm so complicated. Yada, yada,
no,
yada.
no, I mean it's the ability to communicate, a person being receptive to it, being in a general state of actually being receptive to it. Sometimes if you just come up to a person and say, this is how it is and that's all that it is, and you're almost kind of preaching to them, people usually don't take kindly to that. But if you're actually engaging with someone genuinely and they feel like you're coming from a good place, one, they'll probably be more likely to believe you, and two, I mean, if you can actually work with some of the things and kind of get to know what they know a little bit, maybe you can relate it a little bit better.
What?
Oh, relate anything.
Nice. It just all depends what you want, right? It's like I don't necessarily want that because I know through experience that it doesn't do anything that I necessarily want.
Well, I mean, I guess that would depend
What's
on.
the point?
Yep. I don't know. What do you want?
Nothing. I have enlightenment. It's the cessation of wanting things.
Or are you the Buddha?
I don't think so.
I apologize for my sacrilege. No, but for some reason, the way you described that, I thought that was like the definition. I don't know. I listened to like one video once.
Well, according to Buddhists, it is. According to Buddhists, Jesus is
Nirvana. That's what it is. It's also a good band.
I'm not crazy about them. But
I prefer Rob Zombie personally.
he had a couple of good ones. I feel like we're off track though. Where were we? Yeah, with the fart thing. That was a good explanation, I think.
For the audience, or at least myself, it was.
Thanks. So yeah, I'm like trying to make people understand, but I understand that they may not be at a point where they can or may not want to. I don't care. And I'd be happy if they did. So I guess you could say I do want people to have access to knowledge, but it's not like I spent all my time pining away for it type thing. More like I'd be happy if it happened. Be happy to
Right.
facilitate it.
No, and Doovid brings up a good point, because when you've explained similar things literally hundreds of times, having the same conversation, it can become quite tedious, and you can become kind of a little bit angered when it continues to happen. And you're like, I've just done this.
Well, yes and no. Uh, when I show anger at people, it doesn't mean that I'm angry. It means that I know that that's the only way they're going to hear what I'm saying. And people need to know about boundaries. So I'm modeling boundaries for them. I'm not like, oh my God.
Well, that's a calculated emotional response because you think it's going to be more effective. Some people just kind of, that emotion kind of wells up and just kind of starts to bubble over.
Yeah, that's the point of doing consciousness science, is not to be destroyed by the cascading of your, inner bubblings over.
I apologize. I'm shoving my face full of a PB&J right now.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's always fun. Like I love this show because I get to work on stuff. So I'm not disheartened or anything, and I hope Doovid's not too disheartened either. It's just one of those things where it's like, if you understood everything right away, I'd be shocked. It would be basically an unprecedented thing. Maybe a kid who had no exposure to anything could follow a longer train of logic because they didn't have other shit cluttering their thought process. Maybe if they had a great predisposition of memory.
That reminds me of taking the motorcycle license exam. It's like I had got the permit and I had learned kind of the wrong way, and then I took the class and I only passed the class by 1 point because we were on these little 50cc motorbikes. I'm like, all right, I was learning on my 750. I'm like, this is very awkward for me, and I nearly failed the test. And it's like, all right, because I was starting to learn the right way, which was awkward for me at the time. Whereas had I had no knowledge, it probably would have been easier.
So what's the takeaway there?
Oh, I was trying to steel person your argument, and that if my mind hadn't been cluttered with things, it probably would have been easier.
It's not just decluttering. You have to actively train it to be able to hold an extremely long series of logical premises in its active memory simultaneously. And you have to like blow out your, like in the training, have to blow out your own natural capacity to see where your limit is. Like you have to find your limit. So it's kind of like with strength training where there's some degree of trauma involved.
No, it's like building a building. You got to have that strong foundation before you keep on adding more floors.
Well, that's why I always come back to axioms, because you can think of them as axioms, you can think of them as beliefs, but ultimately they're the ground floor of everything else. Right? So the purely, and
Yeah,
I know that if that's sand, I know that it's just a matter of striking it at the right point and crumbling the entire thing. And what I'm saying is like, don't make the sand foundation. If you're not sure, and if you keep feeling the urge to say, I'm not sure, well, that's an issue. Like you should recurse back to a point where you are sure.
You don't want to have two castles fully fall into the swamp before your castle holds.
Not sure I follow.
It was a Monty Python reference to the king. He's like, I built a castle on a swamp. They said you couldn't. It sank into the swamp. So I built a second castle. That one burned down, fell over, and then sank into the swamp. But the third castle stood. It's a proper foundation and frame, a la axioms. I agree. That's how you build. Because if those get shaky, then your structure isn't going to stand once you hit a certain height.
And then for you just have to make peace with the fact that most people do want to build sandcastles. They're not at a level of cognition where they would appreciate anything other than a sandcastle. And having it wash away every night is part of the appeal.
Yeah, I said this year that we were going to focus on the science of expertise, and whatever that field is, if it's mathematics, physics, security, violence, dueling, religion, and anything where chess playing, where there's so to say expertise, there's levels of performance, and the way to do that is to break it down into components and engineering and processes. Those generally discrete units. Jennifer, with a more physics math background, talks about axioms, which is logic, which some extent you could consider axioms something of the spiritual realm, where like engineering and discrete units might be more possibly also spiritual concepts, but something more applicable to the material realm. And then you see like what is the whole picture, if it's like the 10,000 hours to build expertise, or if it's like a master teacher, a master craftsman who knows how to properly do something. Like, me and Jennifer could open up a business and teach people how to stream and set up their software. And so we could break it down into components of the various things that need to be done, and try to teach people. So it's like, Lowell, I think next week, the week after the week, next Sunday, Root and Branch is going to be back, and he said he's booked for months. So hopefully, I'm not sure. Hopefully we're going to be a part of it. And but in terms of like Lowell, can Jennifer teach him how to how to increase his tech game and then manage it on his own? Or maybe can she just do things to improve his streaming and tech, versus can she teach him how to do it? And the teaching through breaking into discrete units and looking at levels of understanding over a period of time, that a person would have increased levels of understanding. And if you develop curriculum, something like mathematics, that most adults in top nations spend like 20 years plus years learning mathematics. Like probably me, Jennifer, maybe memes also, probably our whole life since the age of a little kid till today, have spent large amounts of time every single year increasing our ability to do to understand mathematics. But mathematics can be broken down into components, uses algebra and geometry and these various things, and logic and axioms. And so Jennifer's always harping it, and I'm always harping on it, because that's the way to have proper discourse and flush out and understand ideas. And that's really what the multiple truth hypothesis is for, to create a framework for doing this important work of understanding what people's axioms are, and trying to break complicated concepts into components and understand the concepts, even though there might be conflicting axioms, or there might be different axiomatic ways to understand the same concept, but to have some sort of like greater like spherical understanding, like the multiple truth hypothesis, and you're to have a series of possible axioms to a concept, that various understandings of the concepts may use different ones of those axioms to the conclusion. And so the concept contains a whole sphere that has countless possibilities within it. And so the mastery of the concept, so it's like teaching a person calculus, is like do every problem in the back of the book. So it's like derivatives. And so if you're teaching noobs how to do calculus, you might have questions on the rate of change, and it could be like the questions of boxes and minimums and finding the optimal dimensions, or algebra or money type questions, or any type minimization or maximization. There's hundreds of ways to ask basic questions that could be answered by a freshman in calculus class. And so so you've mastered the concept to the point you're ready to be an A+ student. Jennifer, congratulations, A+ student in linear algebra. But just like a simple thing where you say like, yeah, it doesn't matter any permutation of the question. I understand the concept well enough that it's going to encircle any way that you permutate the variables.
Well, it's combinators, right? Basically, any combination, depending on how you present it, you're eventually going to get the same thing. It's just based upon relations.
But that doesn't yes, I acknowledge that. Thank you. But that doesn't generalize to like trades, does it?
By memes, you took freshman calculus?
I took managerial calculus. I was studying business.
I mean, you took like derivatives, right?
Did I technically study derivatives at some time during college? I think so. I never really. I started to understand math again once I got to like a junior year finance class, As soon as we put like a dollar sign and an actual purpose for solving for the project and calculating the potential yields, the chances of that, then I started to understand calculus. Like I could kind of like once I actually like read through the material, listened to the lecture, read through the material again, then actually doing examples, I could kind of see like how the
You took
curve
accounting?
adjusts. Yeah, I financial and managerial.
So on like a spreadsheet, if it was saying like you could,
Right, debits, credits.
I mean, you could say that you understand the basics of accounting, that if it was a gas station, a party store, um, a medical office,
Did I
import,
receive the
export,
education to
that
do
that
very basic things like that? Yes, I did study that.
that I mean, that your mastery of the concept of accounting is enough that presumably the major variations are within your understanding of the concept, that you could do the books for a gas station or a garage or a medical office all the same. I mean, you might have to look up some of the code or expertise, but it's saying that the basic science of bookkeeping, if you understand it, you'll be able to adapt it to the given equation. Just like I was given the parallel, if you take freshman calculus, and they have usually story questions, and from the story you have to write an equation that represents the story they told you, and then to get the answer you have to take the derivative, and by taking the derivative that will allow you the answer. And a lot of times those are minimization or maximization questions, and when you take the derivative and you put it to 0, that gives you the minimum or the maximum, and that's the answer to your question. There's hundreds of ways to permutate, these questions. I don't know if that's ringing the bell to anyone in the chat, or to you when you took mathematics. Even algebra, could be like that. If it's like like if Heather gets 3 apples, and Janice says 5 oranges, and in the various things that you have to put the information into an equation, and then you solve the equation, and that's your answer. And by the end of the semester, you're supposed to have mastered the concept that you could use algebra or calculus to solve any such question should it come up.
God, I always hated the Sally and Jennifer apples and oranges questions. Those always bored the heck out of me. I don't know. What you're saying, mastery, I would say I'm a novice, if anything there, even barely that. But as far as conceptually being able to do some of those things, like you said, with just standard either requisite, okay, we either have a system or I need to design a system while checking up the current codes, laws, and stuff like that. I could probably do that potentially, as long as I'm like, okay, this is what I'm doing. I'm going to do it well and everything there. But as far as you were describing, yeah, more or less that sounds like my finance class there. We generate a mathematical model here, and then we find the information that the question is asking for there.
Can
Whether
you
it's
now turn around and explain the general process of calculus?
I think I'm much more. I would need an example there. It's basically you're attempting to model something, you're plotting things out, you're often generating a curve there. Very often there's a standard distribution. Perhaps there's the factor of we see this particular yield for this investment. What's our threshold for risk here? We're willing to risk up to this particular amount here. These are the projects. And then at times, if it's a more complicated model, maybe you have different potential projects, different potential investments there, and then
So
very
you
often
can't generalize it then.
Calculus, no.
You can rattle off a series of examples, but you can't generalize it.
I just verbally vomit everywhere.
You're just verbally vomiting. I'm asking you to go to the induction step. So the induction step would be the systematized geometric modeling of relations between observables.
Oh, measuring rate of change of some parameter.
No, I'm talking about the equations, i.e., $50 a profit per, whatever.
Well, I mean that would
unit,
be
right?
that would be a component operator, I think, or maybe that's the wrong terminology. I've been just listening to a whole bunch of things, so.
Okay, here's the idea. There's a connection between the price and how many units you sell. The higher the price, the fewer you sell. So your net profit is a product of something determined by an exponential function, for instance.
Right. If you're going to try to solve for net profit, you're
Which
going
would
to.
at some point then be differentiating, equating to zero, and inferring stable states, aka points where the derivative is zero. Correct?
Yeah, you're setting a bounds or what you're attempting to solve for there.
You're
If it's
probably working off of pre-existing data, i.e., graphs that you didn't design. Correct?
Yeah, and very often they just give you just like Doovid said. Basically, there'd be a word problem here. We're looking at these potential investments. Here's our projected rate of returns.
Yeah, so
Here's
you
the
have a
standard market.
well-defined equation plopped into your lap, right? The question's basically solved for you. All you have to do is apply derivatives. Ooh, the hard part's not the derivative; it's designing the equation.
Oh, well, they always give us a note card to jot down the equations on.
That's what I'm saying. You're not taught how to derive equations. You're taught how to solve them.
Oh, you're talking about how to figure out how we got the equations.
Exactly. It's arbitrary, right? So when you have a well-defined function, it's easy to take the derivative because the derivative is just a matter of looking something up in a textbook. What's the derivative of sine theta? Cos theta? Derivative of x squared, 2x. It's all just right there. But the thing that's hard to generate is that initial geometric relation between your variables. What is the true connection between what I price it at and how many sell? How good is my approximation to it? To what percentage is my approximation accurate? That's the stuff that's tough. That's the stuff you have to look at. And without understanding what calculus actually is, it's hard to do that. That's why I'm just saying, like, you gotta go further into the philosophical aspects of what you already know, the technical aspects of, go to the philosophical aspects. Then you'll understand that calculus and quantum and all that shit is all connected in a way that makes it not impossible to deal with, but if you don't acknowledge the level on which measurements are connected to observations and how that works exactly, nothing else is ever going to make sense.
Well, it's all relative.
It's not about not everything is relevant. You want the stuff to be
relative.
Not like literally nothing is relative.
Well, I'm saying here for the science of expertise, like if I was coaching chess and I played a kid for the first time, and from the game I got a relative assessment of their strength, and like chess has a rating level. Say play like 800 level, but there's components of the person's play that might be better or worse, and then as a coach could say that if you work on these various aspects of the game, that you could expect to see this sort, like of improvement. Study rook end games, little opening, do some tactic puzzles, and that having done it enough, you could even estimate how much time will result in how much improvement. And that's the science of expertise, where you could assess a person's level of expertise. You could break the person's level of expertise into components, and then if you're a coach, you could chart out the path towards them obtaining larger expertise in an orderly fashion, of components of certain step-by-step processes. So teaching math is relatively like that. So Jennifer's the math master, and memes is coming, and it's like like a game of chess. She asks him a few questions, like she plays him a game of chess. She asked him a few questions, gave him a few problems, and she has a general assessment for your level of mathematic understanding. And he's like, you're going to make her your coach to teach you math, that if her mastery level is true, she would have an understanding of your relative level of understanding, and in a component way could chart out a path towards if you master these skills, build up a larger component level of understanding, full understanding. And like the analogy of a math coach to a chess coach isn't really how it works in math, because you have curriculum And generally you have courses, and those components are largely matched with age groups, and as you get older with professional or major fields, that if you want to have a major in like physics or engineering or business, that the components that are necessary have already been determined, and that's the courses you'll have to take, and it's structured in a way that maybe you have to take certain math courses and certain accounting and economics courses, and then by your junior senior year you're taking courses that are using all of those prerequisite skills in one. And that's like I think we did it a few weeks ago on Week in Review, and maybe even Samish was reading it, but the true level of expertise where you're already ready to do all the known things, but you're also ready to face unknown situations with the expectation of being able to largely figure out how to solve it and proceed with expertise that someone could trust, that Jennifer's an expert, and even if we face a scenario or a case that no one's ever seen before, I'm confident she's going to figure it out.
You're building up your model of conceptualization.
Yeah, I'm calling it the science of expertise, but
Right. No, it would be a model, and there would be different factors. If I had never played chess before, there's going to be a different factor there. If I had played chess only so many games per week for a period of time, there's going to be there. And then just my current skill. I may have played chess for years. I could still completely be terrible at chess. And these are going to be part of the factors that Jen would develop in her model.
well, I say I'm the one claiming to have expertise in chess. That means saying that I could just play you a game and
Right.
relatively ascertain that information without you telling me, just from how you move the pieces. Like how well do you know the pattern straight of the opening? How well do you coordinate your pieces? And over a full game, maybe I might even ask you a few questions to the point, like if you said like, okay, Doovid, I recognize your expertise and would like you to help me also obtain expertise, that I would make an assessment of your current skill level, and then try to chart out. I mean, like I watched your video channel. If you're doing like weight training or workouts, it's very similar to any form of expertise, like physical, martial arts, sports, or even weight training or anything where you assess. Weights are very simple because you could lift a certain amount. It's something numerical. That like chess is somewhat, you put them in a tournament and you get a rating, and the rating is a relative objective assessment of the person's results. And so just like weights, you go to the machine and you lift, and there's your maximum, and that's basically how strong you are. And but if you're a trainer, you could chart a relative path that's like, no, over a few months, like I could get you lifting 200 pounds. You could be benching 200 pounds, even though right now you only bench 120.
Right. No, it's basically you're a personal trainer for chess, as a personal trainer for exercise program would be there, and based
It's the
upon
science of expertise. So it's saying that the science of expertise is applicable to everything, like chess training of any sort.
it's well, yeah, you're going to apply
That's why I'm calling
knowledge.
it the science of expertise, because it's a science if the processes are universal and apply to any form of acquisition of expertise.
Right. Well, but there's also different techniques of training, because different trainers, different experts may have different styles as well. Some people may explain things one way. Some folks may do well at conceptualizing it using that given frame of explanation. Other folks may take a different explanation. And especially, I think a lot of times it comes down to what a person currently knows, and then kind of how they go about it. And if you know some other factors as well, if you can hit on those factors and have it be highly relatable to them in a way that they're like, oh, this is really starting to make sense to me. I mean,
What matters is what they want, and how well you can tune into what they want.
If somebody doesn't want to learn, it's kind of hard to teach them.
Well, you have to get to, like, the teacher just figures out what the person wants and then teaches it to them in a way that's harmonious with their wants. That's
Well,
relatable.
that's what we hope. It just, I don't think it always happens that way.
Well, I mean, the grader system is, so to say, designed by geniuses to be ran by idiots, in the word Furman Wook, that the school system is already broken down into curriculum, and teachers basically just follow the curriculum, and you're at a certain age level, and there might be assessments in age level, like the high, low, mid-level, or however your school breaks down skill learning abilities of the students, and then the teachers basically just teach the same repetitive thing year after year, versus, so to say, a coach. So if you're just a cog in the system, and the system is determined that these are the components that make a fully educated person, that's basically most people's experience of the education system, versus the theoretical science of education and training of the human mind, separate from the flawed systems that we go about education in.
I think we can do better.
Well, I mean, you're a grown man now, so it's like, you're not going to go through the system again, but you still are likely to want to increase your level of expertise on many of the things you currently do, and you might, you're very likely to pick up multiple new things that not only will you want to learn how to do and become proficient, but even an expert at, and like as a homeowner, like you become a homeowner, and then you start having devices like an automobile. It's like, no, I'm an expert automobile operator. Like, I know how to maintain my automobile, I know how to drive it, and almost perfect, like no accidents, maintenance. I get almost 200,000 miles on my automobiles. I consider myself an expert automobile operator, and just like my laptop, I consider him expert laptop. I'm not a programmer. I don't code that well, but I'm an expert, operator of multiple software and various things. And new things came up, like Google Hangouts, StreamYards, new technologies. If you want to be on top of streaming programming, you constantly got to be learning new platforms, mathematics, science, and in a professional field that like engineering, there's always new things to master. And you say if there's a generic skill set of achieving mastery of a subject, and that's not really something that you learn in school. That's something that is even theoretical, whether there is such a thing at all. Like, if I'm claiming there's a science, that there's a generic structure to the obtaining of all expertise, that's still largely theoretical on a scientific basis.
Right. Our society's built on the shoulders of giants and stuff. We've had all the folks that have been able to come before us that have been able to actually transfer this knowledge and give us this operating structure rather than having to learn completely anew every single generation. We've got a bit of a scientific head start, which allows us to continue to try to use logic to find a more perfect truth, I guess.
Well, you really do have to learn it anew every generation. You're saying you don't have to discover it anew every generation, but it does have to be learned anew every generation. And if it's not learned anew every generation, it's lost, and then does have to be rediscovered.
Well, we have books and the internet and stuff, right? No, I understand what you're saying. The people themselves need to learn it. I believe our ability with our wide breadth of knowledge has increased the velocity of our ability to uptake it between generations, which allows us to also focus on future discoveries and stuff.
You could just as easily argue that the sheer volume of information makes it harder to glean any actual wisdom.
It's driving some folks nutty bananas.
So you must understand your argument is not very strong.
It's an argument. It's totally not a perfect argument, but it's
certainly nothing to assume is true. It may be something you feel you want to be true, but whether that's actually true, I don't think so.
To be fair, doesn't it go back to the monad? We have access to this
Uh,
information. Is it good
goes back-
information, though?
No, it goes back to pramanas. It goes back to what is understood as an accepted means of validation of proof.
But when you say piranhas, what are you talking
No,
about?
I said pramana.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
It's the accepted means of demonstration of proof.
Oh,
So those will be different, from person to person. Not everybody has the same standard of proof, and everybody has a de facto standard of proof, right?
well,
Because we all believe things, therefore there must exist some standard of proof, even if we've never thought about it. It's still there. That's why I bring up these biological axioms that your very structure of yourself, your very capacity to make subjective assertions is based upon the fact that it is all coiled up into this web of tacit axioms that have enabled it to endure all this time.
is that like a mimetic form of like a mathematical proof, or how that? I don't know.
What I'm saying is that what constitutes a proof depends on who you ask.
So it depends upon the observer.
It depends upon what is accepted in the mainstream culture as valid pramanas. And not everybody accepts the same pramanas, is my point. So to some people, it's enough to have, I don't know, take your pick. It's enough to have a priest tell them. It's enough to have a teacher tell them. It's enough to have their parents tell them. You get this very complicated thing, right? Because it's an evolving thing. Like your beliefs are not static.
I mean, proofs are basically relatively limited in use to the intellectual classes, because your average person, even great people in general, don't use.
Well, Doovid, you were saying your proof is money. If someone has money, there's your proof. Okay, well, that's the pramana of that particular environment.
Well, money is the most useful of all the heuristics. Money is the heuristic that's probably the most common one also, because to look at axioms in a system to draw it out to conclusions is possibly in opposition to how the human natural body works in general, even among enlightened people. So you say, as the process of enlightenment in someone who develops their mind through meditation and austerities could largely exhibit self-control and behavior based on axioms and logical conclusions of axioms, that's only obtained through an enlightened person who's acquired mastery over the senses, like a guru. Swami is the one who's mastered the senses. But that the guru is not an average person. That's why there's a guru, because the average person does not master their senses, and a person who hasn't mastered their senses in general isn't making calculations or behavioral decisions based on axioms and conclusions of axioms. So as like teacher and a meditative person, you might be able to demonstrate the folly of a person's way or the sinful nature of the person, because God forbid their actions are in contradiction to axioms that they have. Like, okay, why are you purposely a sinner? Are you purposely a scumbag and a bad person? It's like, well, do you believe in this axiom? Is your behavior not in contradiction to this axiom? But the person was like, oh, I'm just a person. Like, okay, like I'm a scumbag. I don't want to be a scumbag, but like it comes out that I act in ways that could be considered the way that scumbags act sometimes. But it's like, no, I'm an enlightened person, and I constantly observe my own behavior. And if I see myself acting like a scumbag, I try to become a better person, not act that way in the future. So you have to look at that, and then you say the mechanical person versus the theoretical person involved in a self-improvement process. It's like, oh, yes, you are currently acting in a less efficient, better way than you could. And hopefully now that you understand, or you'll come on to better ways of acting, and then your behavior will be more in accordance with proper etiquette. versus the current mechanical nature of the person. The trend is your friend. That unfortunately I have not learned the proper etiquette, and I do not know the proper course of action. So the trend is the friend, that I'm just going to act in accordance with the direction of my current understanding, which is, God forbid, could be quite unrefined.
So is mastery required, or would balance work?
It really depends on the subject. Like, a lot of people have taught themselves math, haven't they?
Well, I'm saying, if you look at behavior, you would say proper etiquette. So, like memes, if you would agree objectively that a person, should behave in accordance to proper etiquette, if you want to mythologize, like, Aryan, or like a Jewish halakha or something, but say that there's some sort of proper etiquette, and a refined person, more enlightened person, is more likely to have went through a self-improvement process and act in accordance with some objective measure of proper behavior.
Now, could there be a difference depending on the locality and versus globally?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very possible and likely that proper behavior that has, certain tribal location, external factors that vary. You might have to get like Noahide Laudism, but generally, things like generosity, honor, keeping one's word, various things are pretty universal in all cultures. That there's going to be a certain amount of variety. But you said, like, no, I mean, refined person, the ahimsa principle will have some cultural situational variance, but, like, no, I mean, general, the ahimsa principle is universal, and the limitation of suffering is basically applies the same in all cultures, all situations.
Yeah, there's a singular root to consciousness. The nature of all animal consciousness is the same, photonic entangle. So the person who understands that, there's like, it translates, I guess.
Are we living out the himsa?
Sorry?
Are we living out our himsas?
Well, I'm trying to make the point,
saying.
if you're, because the ahimsa is more related to our personal behavior, like whether we understand mathematics or not isn't directly related to ahimsa, as opposed to whether we accord our actions with proper behavior is directly related to ahimsa, because a person who acts according to proper behavior, generally by definition of proper behavior, is going to be in accordance with the ahimsa principle, as opposed to a person who does not make sure that their actions are in accordance with proper behavior is more likely to cause damage and suffering. And if you take the base of a certain understanding of human nature, that like, we're born as an animal, we're born into ignorance. The natural condition of man is ignorance. The natural condition of man is to be unrefined and selfish. That even if you have the best training and best parents, there's still the natural inclination of the human animal is to be selfish and unrefined. So unless you go through some process to learn what is proper behavior and then act in accordance with that proper behavior, the assumption is that most people are going to be acting largely out of accordance with proper behavior, and God forbid that means most people are out of accordance with the ahimsa principle, and most people are causing more harm. That on a whole, your average person is bringing more harm into the world than good that they're doing, God forbid.
Do you think there's a difference between trying to improve the trajectory of most folks locally and globally? Would we be trying to do the same thing, or would there be different solutions for different scales?
As in, people have to come on to improve, actualize their own potential of free will, however you're going to understand it. So you're saying,
how would we go about all that?
Well, I mean, from the
your
spiritual level, by personally fulfilling our dharma, by personally acting in accordance with our own duties and obligations of proper behavior. Saying, like, no, we can't control other people's behavior, but in some sort
Well,
of
you can't.
We can
spiritual way
influence-
that
we
when
can
you
influence
fulfill
others.
your own
Sorry.
dharma, that has a butterfly effect on everybody else in their fulfillment of their dharma. It's not like a direct control where you're
Oh no, of course
controlling
not.
other people's ability to fulfill their dharma. I mean, be delusional and think that you have some sort of control over the other people that doesn't actually exist.
I agree. But yeah, I mean, you're asking what's the best way to go. You got to realize that there may be attributes to your thought process that are causing you to misconceptualize. So just based on your sheer framing of that question, I wouldn't even venture to answer it. I would say I would try to get more at what is it that you're actually what's the end goal here, because you're saying like how do we do this? It's like
How do
it's
we
all- it's
save
all-
the world?
you start with yourself.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, I mean, dharma. You're saying the first thing that you want to do is make our own actions in accordance with dharma, and that requires a self-analysis to actually be observant of our current actions. And if you're saying the natural state of a person is not only to have bad actions, that but part of the reason people have bad actions is because people aren't even cognizant and aware of how they're currently acting. So it takes a level of self-awareness to be aware of how we're acting, and then through being aware of how we're currently acting, a recognition that there are better modes of behavior, let alone called correct behavior versus incorrect behavior, where a person could come to a realization, oh, unfortunately I have bad karma because my action is out of alignment with my dharma, and it's causing me bad karma.
So since my actions are out of alignment, what then?
It means that you believe something which is not true. And the first thing with that is to realize like everybody does. And for most people, that's okay, but maybe it's not okay for you. And if that's the case, then you want to do an inventory and really work on self-acceptance, because the root of the ahimsa, the spigot, is the self-loathing for everyone. This is nothing personal, That's the biggest hurdle. That's the bottleneck.
Yeah, the Kabbalists break it down to thought, action, and speech. So the damage largely comes from action. You have damage in speech. Thought precedes speech, which precedes action, and so the level of awareness is usually an awareness of thought. But in terms of the damage, most damage comes from action. So become self-aware first of recognizing our actions, our speech, our thoughts, and how they're interrelated. And generally, people who are in accordance with proper action are also in accordance with proper thought. Because if you have a loose mind, you're probably going to have loose action also. If you have a controlled mind, it's much more likely you're going to be able to control a person's actions, and let alone for difficult situations. A guru or Rebbe, someone who could be in an unexpected difficult situation and determine the best course of action, or even be trusted as a leader to a community on behalf of a community to determine the best course of action to be taken amidst large amounts of uncertainty, that the person could assess the situation, create models of the various ways that people could react to the situation, and then make an assessment of which model to go with in order for that case. And then as a religious person, you're saying that there's the Vedas. If you're Jewish, there's the Halacha. That there's basically received wisdom from prophets and sages that have already determined what the proper course of action is in terms of possibly behaviors, interactions, and rituals. That if you're a Jew and you say, okay, proper etiquette involves recognition to our Creator in some sort of ritual, thanks, praise, sacrifice to the Creator. And it's okay, well, as a Jew, I fulfilled that by having a Passover Seder, eating some matzah, and telling the stories of the Gada, and the basic obligation a man has to the Creator, and different people could fulfill that in a different way, but there's these general overarching structures that people may not recognize. Your unenlightened person may not recognize they have an obligation to their Creator, and therefore completely lack the etiquette to recognize there is such a thing as Passover, there is such a thing as these rituals, and they do serve some sort of important function that if you don't do, you may be lacking, and that actually might cause a person to be deficient in their actions, because the rituals lead to higher levels of self-awareness, and the higher levels of self-awareness lead to enhanced, so to say, free will or ability to make better decisions, and those better decisions will have direct repercussions on the ahimsa principle, how much good or bad karma we're creating.
Well, that's why I don't have foreskin.
Might need a slight bit less of a complete non sequitur on that one.
Oh, it might be. No, I thought it was sacrifice to the Almighty. I thought that's where it came from.
Yeah, but is that how it's being understood?
I apologize.
Because, but the thing is, like, it's all, I understand narratives, the appeal of narratives, but if that's not actually reflective of the intention, it's not.
Well, it's called the bris, which is a covenant, and it was the sign of Abraham that he was basically it made a covenant with God, and a sacrifice, the circumcision.
So like the
and especially on the sexual organ, to say that the most that I am a Jew, I am bounded by God, and my sexual organ will be used in accordance with the law of God. Like, I'm not a wild beast, I'm a man, I'm a Jew, I've been circumcised, and you could expect that I'm not going to behave like an animal, I'm going to behave like a person that acts in accordance with proper self-control and moral behavior.
That's why this issue is so complicated, because who's to say that for you guys isn't the actual ahimsa principle?
Yeah, because it's obviously circumcision is like a mutilation, but saying the ahimsa principle, to make the mark on the baby when they're born, to show them that they're going to be in accordance with God's law, and they're not just going to, God forbid, use their sexual organ in an immoral way, even though it's the material realm.
Yeah, so you can also argue it like, would it, if let's say someone decided, well, it's a violation of ahimsa, let's ban it, how much suffering would that cause to people who genuinely believe that this is something that brings them closer to the Creator, right? That's a big consideration.
Yeah, how much damage would the people do if they were uncircumcised? Circumcision is certainly, like, it's an amount, if you want to, like a price discovery, it's definitely a certain amount of pain and suffering right up front. The baby, as they're born, if you're Jewish, on the 8th day, you're like basically an unnecessary surgical procedure on a very sensitive organ, definitely high amounts of suffering. But over the lifetime, if you say in proper behavior, that it way outweighs the suffering of the circumcision, the amount of bad behavior the person probably would have done had they not been circumcised, at least in the theory of the ritual. So if you would say, like, okay, what about Indian? And you're saying, like, well, Indians, like, kind of like low testosterone, they're not circumcised. But even uncircumcised Indians, generally, you might have higher levels of sexual morality than circumcised Jews in America. So it might not, scientifically pan out to be true.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure about that, but I just thought that the whole purpose of it is it was a cultural tradition, just basically flesh sacrifice to the Lord.
Well, I mean, but obviously it's meaning. It was saying, yeah, there's a tradition,
Right.
it's the tribe, it's written in the Bible. But even the Bible says, part of the reason why we do it, and there's
They
a
don't say
ceremony.
that though. They say it's a covenant, don't they?
Yes, a sign of the Jew. It's a sign of the covenant between God and Abraham, and then which includes Muslims because Abraham's the father of Ishmael, also. But the circumcision is the sign of the covenant between Abraham and God.
I just remember earlier on Discord, we had like an argument about this for like 40, 45 minutes.
Yeah, but
Just
then
going
you're
back and
into
forth.
narratives. You're into narratives. That's like meta truth. That's not reality.
Well, we were attempting to analyze
It's
a
like
very
just because the narrative fits the facts doesn't make the narrative more true or non-true than another narrative. Like you realize more than one narrative can fit the facts.
right. We made a newborn. We made it the father of his third child, who he had thrown out the statement. He's like, I'm going to have my sons chopped off tomorrow. He threw that out there, and then he kind of inquired about people's thoughts, and people shared their thoughts, and I have a lot of conflict over this because you have historical traditions, and then you have the concept of bodily autonomy as well. So it's a prickly subject. I should have used a different word. I apologize.
Yeah, it's so complicated that I would advise not having the conversation publicly because it's just going to cause more harm than good. It has no chance of improving the good. If people are serious about understanding stuff, yeah, cool, but it's like you're going to realize it's each time it's just another door. Like the Ahimsa principle doesn't have a cut and dry answer for this.
I overshared. Understood. Okay. The other thing that I noticed is I always viewed thoughts and actions as different. I actually did not separate out speech
Well,
into
the fundamental
that.
common denominator is intention.
The Kabbalist system is always, they're called the garments of the soul, that thought, action, and speech, and usually one becomes for the other. That thought leads to speech, and speech leads to action. Although sometimes, in theory, you could possibly even have action without thought, or certainly a lot of times you go straight from thought to action without speech. But generally, that that's how it works. You first you think about something, then you talk about it, and then you do it. And the metaphysical level, they're actually called the garments of the soul: thought, action, and speech. That those are the faculties that the soul interacts with the material realm.
It's kind of like ready, aim, fire. You're just kind of going through. You're considering. You're aiming. Perhaps you use speech to lock your target, and then you take action. It's imperfect comparison, but
I mean, everything is intention. Everything is just a different level of manifestation of intention. And if someone is speaking carelessly, they didn't care. They weren't intending to speak carelessly. They weren't caring enough to speak carefully. But an intention to ignore something and the proper protocols and etiquettes is an intention nevertheless.
I mean, if you're like your mom or Jennifer or your girlfriend, your boss or whoever, you're saying you got to change your behavior. Whatever you're doing, you got to stop. So how do you go about doing it? So like reality is you change your behavior by changing your thought. That's the only way to do it. That you have to become aware of the behavior to have some sort of precursor mental control to recognize, oh, I'm about to do this behavior that I want to discontinue myself from doing. So, just that understanding of the self-improvement process, that behavioral change is also, largely derives from the mind. That you can't change your action from doing things. And, maybe if you're looking at like a martial arts type thing, or even just a skill like learning to use power equipment or a new device, that there is some sort of thing like muscle memory. If you just get a new gadget and you just start working with it and you develop muscle memory, but the eventual expertise in the control of action, results from the mind.
So if I
Yeah.
need to think twice about it, I probably shouldn't do it.
Not necessarily, but you want to interrogate as to why you're thinking twice. And for the vast majority of things, there's absolutely nothing wrong with trusting your instincts. Some people get by on pure instincts, right? Like I don't like that, because then you do get some things wrong, but you get enough stuff right that you'll have more luck than the average bloke.
But I mean, if you're a refined person, if you like the chess analogy, every not even major decision, every minor decision that you'll analyze, and you'll see you have multiple possibilities, and then you'll, based on axioms or principles, or at least the Ahimsa principle, choose from the various possibilities the one that is most in accordance with the Ahimsa principle. So say if you're talking with somebody, you're communicating, and you recognize, oh, I have a choice of words, and to strategically choose your words or every single action, that's the part of enlightenment or refinement, that the behavior is, because you recognize, oh, this is how I used to act, maybe because my parents or training or just what I saw when I was younger. But in reality, I recognize that the way I had been acting, largely in a mechanical nature without free will, is just one choice of action. In reality, there's a whole bunch of series of choices I could have made. And then from there to enter the process of trying to accord a person with proper behavior. But it requires the mental recognition of self-awareness that I was about to act in the trend is the friend way of just whatever reason that I was pushed in this direction, whether it was my birth, my parentage, my lineage, my karma, that I was just going to keep on moving in this direction because that was the direction I was moving, that I was self-aware enough to recognize that I could do something else than just simply keep on moving in the direction that I was moving. And even from there to make a calculated decision of a whole plethora of options and calculations of what's it going to do to the larger picture if you change course of actions on these various things.
So improve trajectory.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look, okay, how should you invest your stocks? But let's say every small decision, like how should I brush my teeth? What should I make for lunch? How should I, do any action that could be made better, could be done in a different way? And, human interactions, how do I interact with my mother and my family and my friends? And in the process to say all interactions could probably be even consistently improved. And it's saying you don't have to be like a self-improvement machine, but it's saying like from a meditative, like the science of the obtainment of expertise, the first process is the self-awareness. And then from the self-awareness that the person's like, okay, I'm aware that this is what I'm doing, the person could at least recognize the possibility that they could be acting in a different way than they're currently doing.
Well, the tallest mountain started as a stone.
Yeah, and the stone is belief.
Yeah, and that let alone, like I just saying, like, okay, because self-improvement and behavior is a visceral thing that everyone knows, that everyone has certain behaviors that recognize that if we could adapt our behaviors would be more beneficial, let alone to the process of behavioral improvement to learning a discipline, learning like a discipline, like a physical trade, to learning an idea, to learning a concept. And they're parallel, but I think that's why I thought it paid more to draw out the process of self-improvement, changing a person's action to the alignment of proper action, to as a parallel process to something like learning calculus.
Because it's a systematic process.
Yeah, and it's somewhat of a recognition of an inclination of how you go about solving a problem to learning that whatever my inclination, trend is the friend about how solving the problem is largely incorrect or inefficient, to picking up some sort of systematic proven method to going about things, as opposed to just the natural inclination that I had used to go about things that I may not even know why I had been using.
So basically, your method is, we have these proven methods. They've worked. I've tutored hundreds of these people in electromechanics, and then basically Jen is kind of like, you know what? The system is kind of effed. I'm going to compare voltage to a fart. Both of those methods may work in different scenarios depending on what's worked. How do we know the fart example works? I don't know. I mean, it kind of made sense to me, but then again, the way you were just saying that, it's like, we have a systematic plan. This has worked, and it's basically just two different attempts to kind of explain the same thing. And of course, yeah, if you have a proven method, and that's how most people talk about it, you want to at least understand how that method works so you can kind of talk with other people about it, because it's a common method of communication. Because I could just be like, all right, this fart is dispersing over here, so it's going to go through there. People are going to look at me and be like, what the hell are you talking about? Whereas if I keep that as something in the back of my head to use as maybe a core, this is how I was initially brought into this discussion, and then I sit down with you and you explain, all right, you have your conduit, there's different amperage here, and we kind of go through, then I may actually be able to have a decent discussion with an electrical engineer about something.
Yeah, or you might be able to acquire expertise or skill, and in the same way, like behavior, where like I have a natural inclination to behave in a certain way, maybe just a pure human selfishness. So if you look, why am I behaving this way? And it's like, well, it's just a natural inclination of the human selfish animal that I was behaving this way because I wanted to make myself more happy. To to saying that maybe there's a more proper objective way to act that's not necessarily based on short-term fulfillment of pleasure, to also problem solving, that when I had a certain intellectual problem, even if it was theoretical like math or calculus, that for whatever reason my inclination was to go about solving it, or attempting to look at it in a certain way, and it wasn't really working. It wasn't giving me proper answers, to recognizing that I need to come on to a method different than my inclination to solve these problems, and certain like faith, trust in the institutions, that there is such a method that you go about learning it, and then at a certain point you have proficiency. So if it's Jennifer's fart example or whatever, at a certain point it doesn't matter, because you'll have acquired proficiency and then could solve problems on your own at that skill level. And like if it was a school or regular curriculum and test, that's how it works. You learn a new skill, and then you're tested, and once you've passed that, you have a certain proficiency of that concept, you move on to the next concept.
So don't share the fart story for attention necessarily.
If it provides you proficiency, it doesn't matter, so to say. If whatever,
well, we could also be at dinner, so
Jennifer's genius, she determined that was the method through which you would obtain proficiency. That maybe that's her discretion as a teacher, that she knew that was the way to get through to you, versus saying like, no, she's going to say objectively as a teacher that that theoretically, scientifically is the best way to communicate the message.
Is the sphere, but it didn't seem like people were following the sphere analogy, and that was too abstract, so I dropped it down a couple notches to something ultra familiar.
Even statistically, like she's saying, like, no, I've tutored hundreds of people, and I have about 5 different analogies that I use, and I know that the fart analogy works the best of all of them.
People like fart jokes. Not all, but many.
I know you're one of them. Yeah, I guess that was more for you.
True. Okay. No, it was a tailored approach.
Doovid, I knew, would just, hold his nose.
Well, I mean, if you're a public speaker, and I was telling Luke, the Talmud says, the most popular rabbis are the ones that tell stories. And me and Jennifer, we're not kind of narcissists, like a lot of streamers, or Charles or Luke, or and they just like to tell stories about themselves over and over again, because they kind of enjoy doing it. But if you're a public speaker and you speak a lot, you have your regular stories, your regular devices, your stump speech, and you read the crowd, and as a technique, you have different stories that you use for different things. So if you're a good teacher and you're reading the crowd, you might have different techniques or ways of getting through the concept. And if you're a seasoned student, like, okay, I've heard Jennifer use her main 5-10 analogies many times, and could even know her feel when she uses different ones in her own mind. It could be a rational decision making thing, where in her own mind, it was like a chess puzzle, where she was like, I had 3 different options, and she's like, should I use the fart analogy? Should I use the balloon analogy? Should I use whatever? And she was like, and was it a free will decision where she had a series of options and rationally, somehow at a free decision level said, I'm going to go with the fart one? Or was it some sort of mechanistic, deterministic system where, of course, she has different options in her head, but she didn't have a free will type decision? It was deterministic of which example she was going to use.
I don't even know which one of those categories I could put the process in, but basically, all I have to do is put my awareness into the lowest level of material awareness, because that's where everybody guaranteed has some consciousness. And then
that's like maybe just talk violence or something, like
understand
people. just make an analogy to violence. Like then people might be more likely to get to understand it.
I think the fact of laughter actually might help more. Violence, people might try to block it out.
I put it out to that point, and then I pull it in until I get the metaphor that I want. I'm basically taking a flashlight and shining it through progressive levels of fineness. So if it's somebody who's right on the ball, I'll start at the most abstract level, because that's where the information is going to pack the most punch. But if there's that like silence of dead air of like, no, they're not following at all, I'll go to the other end of the spectrum, to the most gross level, back up until I get the metaphor I want. In this case, the first thing I found was the fart.
Well, like I said, sometimes stories, the most popular rabbis tell stories, and messages sometimes are best conveyed through a story. Like I've told this story many times, that my friend in Israel, when he told me that he had his family trying to get them more religious, more interested in Judaism, and nothing. You could never get them interested, couldn't get them to come to synagogue, gave them books. They never read it. So someone gave him advice and said, give them a book and put little note cards on all the dirty sections. And so it worked. That like you put little note cards on the dirty section. So I guess the guy went through and like at least opened it up, and then saw I was talking about something dirty and read it, and then then he just like, I read that book. You have another one, but it did it, and it did the trick, and that got him interested in Judaism, and it got him to read the books, or at least one book to spark a little bit of interest. And in terms of spreading an idea, you're saying like you're related to bodily function, like God forbid sex cells or something like that, to make it more interesting, versus some sort of objective measure of what is the best analogy to convey and master the concept, as opposed to like a gimmick or trick. How do I capture the attention of a person who doesn't want to give me their attention?
So we did literal clickbait to help get them to have more faith.
Well, and to capture your attention, means saying that the fart analogy wasn't because it was objectively one of the better analogies to express the concept. I mean, just saying it's an acceptable analogy to express the concept, but the purpose of the analogy is to grasp your attention and make you focus more on it. Because if it was like a balloon or a different example, then you may not have focused on it. It was like, oh, fart. Then you're like, oh, like that, what, fart? Like that's like a bodily function, and it make you have a higher level of consciousness, and so it was more. You're saying so that it wasn't that it was objectively the best way to
Well, there is no such
express
thing.
the concept. It was that it was just a technique to get more of your attention.
Well, if you know the receiver has the mentality of a middle schooler, it's not a bad analogy.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not a bad analogy, but I'm saying that there's two levels of the attention level. So if the person had full attention versus like a series of analogies.
It's easy to see in retrospect. Well, what's the inclination of the sphere? The primordial sphere wants to expand. Why? Entropic pressure. And all we have to do is look at a series of examples. Bubbles, heat, farts. Take your pick. You have nothing but examples. That's the problem. It's such a fundamental concept that you have to take that extra step to actually conceptualize it, because it doesn't have a very readily accessible metaphor anywhere else.
Oh, that reminds me. Fingerprints are also spirals in nature.
I think you mean that they're. Wait, are they spirals? I don't think they're all spirals.
They're twisty. They're not a perfect spiral, but they're kind of spirally.
Yeah, and there's parts in your hair. Like, you ever think about that? Why do some people have a cowlick? Why do some people have certain parts in their hair versus a different part? That's because that's the tufting of your literal thought process. Hair is a maladatu, which means it's an inferior byproduct.
Are you saying hair is old brain?
Not old brain, almost old thinking. Especially those, you shave right down to like a centimeter and you can really see them, right? There is a connection.
Well, that's kind of like a lawn.
You got to think of yourself as like a Medusa. Like, the thought process has a sort of Medusa-esque shape. And the hair, exemplifies the sort of trace of it, the same way water creates, the shape of the whatever. You know what I mean? When water runs through stuff and carves it out. Sorry, I'm running out of metaphors.
Erosion. I remember. I remember geology. Earth science was fun.
I'm dozing off here. I guess if you want.
I hear you. I gotta run.
It's been a great show. I've had an awesome chat, and it's great to catch up with Doovid. I'm glad you're doing well. Welcome back. Thanks again for participating. Memes, as usual, it was top shelf, and I appreciate your goodwill. Yeah, I and the people in the chat, thanks for largely being behaved. All in all, great show. Did you have any final words, Memes, before we wrap her up?
No, I'm good. I got a cat.
All right, awesome. Well, say hi to the cat for us, and we'll talk to you next Sunday, if not sooner. Over to you, Doovid, if you have anything you'd like to say to round it all out.
Yeah, appreciate everyone tuning in. And Memes, thanks for joining. Thanks for filling in last week. And, hopefully, we keep it going just in terms of me and Jennifer's home research, or, just keeping our, friendship, our connections alive, and trying to push forward on these ideas and keep moving in the right direction. So it's always good to get new members. Memes, like a genuine Weinstein shill. It's almost like an honor to meet. I'm glad that people like you exist. Like if you have a shill for anything these days, like shilling for Weinstein's probably one of the better options. Although, you're probably better off becoming a scholar yourself than a shill for a scholar. But appreciate you joining. And me and Jennifer, maybe less viewers, but we enjoy the math and the more intellectual. So if we could build bigger audience, certainly Weinstein, just like JF is mirroring Weinstein, so he's probably the bigger name in somewhat the genre we're in. So glad that Memes has been coming in, and Gandalf coming on, and see what happens. I might hop on Luke Ford again a few times this week. I'm not sure. Didn't discuss it with them. Charles Moskowitz, looks like we're back, and Root and Branch. I'm not sure if Jennifer is going to be active in it. Like, it is a podcast in Jerusalem, But I think Jennifer, when she's in the listings, so every Monday and Wednesday, we'll be streaming maybe for hours. Every Monday and Wednesday with
How
Ruben
could I
Branch.
say no to? How could I say no to ultra in-depth discussions about religion? That would be
Yeah,
just impossible.
yeah. So looking forward to that, and there, it should be an exciting roster of speakers and guests, and maybe even a little discretion that me and Jennifer might be able to widen the circles, and hopefully we can review will expand, as if we get more involved in various formats, that there'll be uh, larger circles of people coming on, and other streams. So Meme wants to join those circles, and if he makes post streams or we meet interesting people, that guy Devaya, uh, I think he said he got his headphones. So so maybe he'll come back around, and you just the network of streamers. It's a good way to get ideas out, and develop expertise where different people have different levels of expertise, and you could kind of have them around where like Weekend in Review is a central hub where like people will cross paths when it's beneficial for people to cross paths.
Yeah, thanks again, and thanks also to Gandalf. Forgot to
Oh,
mention him
you
before.
can stay on if you want, Jennifer. I've been encouraging Jennifer to learn how to monologue and ramble, and even she started the show without me because, I thought Jennifer's talent for a streamer. It's dangerous for a woman. I even encouraged, we got memes here. He's a security, he's a tough guy, but I've encouraged Jennifer not to show her face. And Jennifer's like, like not even like in an urban area necessarily, like near, where a bunch of people might cause damage to her, but some memes just coming in, the streaming circuit, uh, maybe make Jennifer more comfortable that she could just ramble and talk straight to the people listening. And it's difficult for anyone to do, and it's difficult for a woman to do. It's difficult to do when you have a hostile audience. But if you want to stream, you got to be able to monologue. You got to be able to talk directly to the people who listen to you without the crutch of a co-host or something like that. Although I'm definitely happy to keep on doing Week in Review.
Sweet. We'll talk to you soon, Doovid. Yeah, there was just one thing I wanted to mention, I guess, because I never really. If you want to hop off memes, feel free. Don't feel like you have to stay on or whatever. I see you're still on the call.
Oh, okay. No, I just 5:30 comes early, so have a
No,
good night, Jen.
see you later, dude. No problem. See,
Peace out.
you don't have to worry about being too polite. It's one thing to just drop off, but
It's
I feel bad.
habits
I
with
feel
other.
bad if you stay on. You're like, fuck, I wanted to get off 15 minutes ago. It's like, yeah, don't feel too bad. If you say you're peacing out, just head off, and I won't be offended or anything. It won't be a breach.
No. It's
I
one of
won't
those
be
things. It's like
leaving a
it's at
note
the
on your
end of the stream. No. It's just trying to. I've had a lot of interesting conversations, and sometimes it's like you just want to kind of go through and try to be respectful. But I appreciate it.
Please
I'm gonna
just
hit the hay.
think of it more like, yeah, you can head out or whatever, but just generally, like, think of it as, your own. The point of
Cool.
this is to have longevity.
Hey, I can try to resemble that remark.
Are you
Thank you
leaving
for
or
having me.
not? I
I
keep
am leaving. Okay. Peace.
Yeah, the point is to have longevity. It's like if somebody's on the call and they just drop out, then that's kind of lame because it's like you could have at least said bye. But, if you say you're heading out and then you don't head out and then we keep talking, don't feel like you have to stay on the call. Just like head out. It's all good. If you've said you're heading out, it's like I'm just gonna try to keep blabbing so as not to make the show have any awkward kind of dead air type stuff. So yeah, coming back to this idea, it's like I never really had the easiest time understanding a lot of these calculus proofs because there's a lot of it's like, why is this box got a cylinder? Is there any reason for why that has to have a cylinder? Is that arbitrary? It seems kind of weird, you know? I like something I can derive from, like, literally the bare bones, and if I can't, then I'm always a little suspicious. This one's been demonstrated to work, yada yada. And also calculus-wise, there is some degree of it doesn't really matter which coordinate system you use. So if you're using a cylinder or a cube or what have you, if you're going to arguably going to the differential limit, it shouldn't matter what system you're using because that should all average out when you actually go to the infinite limit of the making the interval length as small, aka the associated geometry, dA, for your basic integral, which is what this is. Even though it's presented in a differential format, okay, so your basic super short is del E is rho over E naught. So that's not the form I'm familiar with this form here. So it's a basic integral form. But yeah, it's sort of your grand unified electrical theory. And I don't understand the way they've derived it per se here, but I can derive it using my own system. So I'm like reasonably convinced that it's correct. And this is an example of like, well, where does calculus work and where doesn't it work? So Gauss started by just assuming calculus could work anywhere. But I can't do that because for me, it's like cognitive dissonance. Like I know there's a quantization, so calculus can't work under quantization. So I'm like, I can't. But electric flux through an arbitrary surface is proportional to the total charge enclosed by the surface. That's very short, and I'm able to determine the truth value of that assertion. And so, yeah, it does lend itself to being parameterized in my theory, which I was able to do earlier without preparation. So I was pretty darn happy about that. So yeah, you just think of it as anything. So in the case that I gave, that I don't think I finished with the example, but the standing field brought about by the friction of the electric shock. In that case, there would be some little cloud of electrons building up somewhere on your body. And that little cloud, well, what does it want to do? And every fiber of its being wants to expand. And that's just a natural, I guess you could look at it like a stored potential that's always acting. A potential that never needs refilling. The entropic gradient, perhaps. So what does entropy say? Like whatever shape it is, and what shape is it going to be, right? It's going to be a sphere. Where is the sphere going to be? Well, it's going to be at whatever the magnetic pole is, like whatever was best able to attract those electrons to manifest the potential difference that gave rise to the discharge of electrons in the first place, right? So all we're doing is zooming down to super slow rate of causality. We've got an approximate sphere of electrons. What does it want to do? Expand. And that expansion here is what they call a flux. So the surface always admits this flux whenever there's a differential, right? That's the important thing. It's to get those electrons in the first place to create a flux. That's not happening almost anywhere because entropy says that dq is going to be 0. dq is going to go to 0. dq is not always going to be 0, but it's going to go to 0 for the same reason ds goes to 0, because all differentials go to 0 over time because a universe seeks to minimize potential differences. And so this is just the micro scale limit of that same principle applied to an electric field. That's really all it's saying. It's the minute you have that collection of electrons, that has a higher excuse me, charge than its surroundings, it's going to start to self-dissipate because of entropy. And that's why we're always going back to the sphere, because that's the thing that you visualize and then you imagine where it's going, because it's always has a tendency to expand, always, always, always. But it can't expand in perpetuity because it's stuck in the atmosphere. So then it'll start to expand into itself, but it's still fundamentally expanding. So I could kind of circumvent calculus, and why did calculus work here? Because that is an approximately continuous potential. What that represents is approximately continuous because quantum does have centers and potentials and all those things. It's just that because it's quantized, it's really hard to maybe see them, but they're still there. And because it's electronic work potential, it just diffuses everywhere because it's quantum. So there's equalization of potential everywhere. And the quantum is the array of these electrons. So that's basically how it all ties together. We don't need calculus, but we can use it because that field is approximately continuous. It does make sense to define a differential area because it will be defined because it's really just a field. It's something, an energy that exists on top of the electrons. It's not built into the electrons themselves. The only reason that field arose is because the electrons got isolated. So I'm really glad for the people who tuned in to the end. Thanks a lot for listening, and hopefully we can have another chat real soon. See you again next Sunday, if not sooner, on Week in Review. Bye-bye.
So to say, a worthless opinion of...
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walk through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating